Hey guys, tonight we're going to tiptoe back into a world of flickering candlelight, distant carriage wheels, and the gentle creak of wooden floors, but no sleep. Picture this. You're lying beneath a canopy of heavy brocade drapery, corseted and covered in layers, staring at the ceiling while the air grows colder and the night grows longer. There's no electricity, no podcasts, not even a glass of warm milk, unless someone lights the stove again. Just the sound of your own pulse and the mocking tick of the mantel clock. You know sleep should come soon, but it doesn't. So begins our journey through the strangely charming, occasionally alarming, and oddly soothing world of Victorian insomnia cures. A time when warm lettuce was medicinal, spiritual guilt caused nightmares, and boiling your own feet was completely acceptable bedtime protocol. You're about to learn all the wonderfully weird things people tried just to fall asleep. And no, it almost never worked. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And hey, drop your location and local time in the comments. Let's see who else is not sleeping right now. Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're standing in the hallway of a tall townhouse, circa 1858. The gas light is off for the night, and a lone candle burns down beside a pitcher of cool water. You tiptoe past the nursery and into your bedroom, careful not to wake the housemaid sleeping in the attic. You settle under the covers and then stare at the ceiling. 2 hours pass. Your feet are cold, your ears are hot, and your brain is whispering questions like, did I forget to wind the clock? And is that chimney going to collapse on me tonight? This is the reality of Victorian sleep. Unreliable, uncomfortable, and almost always restless. And you're not alone. Sleeplessness plagued every corner of 19th century life, from factory workers to duchesses. In fact, historians still argue whether this was a cultural phenomenon tied to industrialization, or whether people just finally noticed they weren't sleeping because clocks and gas lamps gave them a way to measure it. What we do know is this. Most people in the Victorian era didn't expect to sleep the way we do now. The 8 hours straight model of sleep wasn't yet dominant. Instead, many experienced what's called segmented sleep, a long evening nap, then an hour or two of wakefulness, followed by a second slumber toward dawn. They even had a name for that midnight interlude, the watch. But when even that rhythm broke down, when someone couldn't fall asleep at all, the panic began. Picture yourself sitting up in bed. The fire's gone out. The silence is loud. You light a candle and reread the same line of your Bible 3 times. It doesn't help. So what do? You listen, because Victorian homes were never truly quiet. You'd hear horses clip-clopping on cobbled streets, the faint clatter of a night soil cart, or the drunk singing of someone stumbling home from the pub. If you were lucky, or unlucky, you might hear the shrill whistle of a constable chasing a thief. And still, no sleep. Maybe you blame the mattress. Many were filled with horsehair or wool, which sounds cozy until you realize they got lumpy, moldy, and occasionally hosted entire civilizations of mites. Maybe you suspect the wallpaper. Some of it had arsenic-based dyes, that glowed faintly in the dark and probably poisoned your dreams. Or maybe it's the sheer weight of the bedding. Victorian beds required layers. Feather mattresses, bolsters, eiderdowns, counterpanes, and of course, your own modest nightclothes tucked into your neck like a Victorian burrito. And you, still wide awake. It doesn't help that the candle next to you is playing tricks. The flame flickers, casting shadows that seem to breathe. You remember a story someone told at supper? A woman who saw her dead aunt hovering in the corner, just like that. Sleep, of course, never showed up after that. Insomnia wasn't just uncomfortable, it was terrifying. Victorians feared the long hours of night because they were filled with ghosts, sins, and mental deterioration. One medical text from 1843 even warned that continued wakefulness invites the mind to morbid speculation and unnatural sensations. Sound familiar? But what made it worse was that no one really knew why sleep vanished. Was it a diet? Nerves? Bad blood? A lack of moral discipline? No TikTok to blame. No email stress. No climate doom scrolling. Just life. You might be an overworked seamstress who can't turn her thoughts off, or a middle-aged banker whose digestion revolts nightly at 2 a.m. Maybe you're a young mother with a colicky child and a pounding headache. Either way, you stare at the ceiling, counting cracks and wondering if Queen Victoria ever had a night like this. Spoiler, she absolutely did. But that's for another chapter. For now, you're stuck in that moment, the long, cold, silent moment when the rest of the house is asleep, and you've given up hope of joining them. Your only companion? That soft ticking of the mantel clock, which you now officially hate. So you throw back the covers, grab your shawl, and start pacing the bedroom. Maybe motion will tire you out. Maybe warmth will loosen whatever moral deficiency is keeping your eyes open. Maybe you'll just circle the rug until dawn. That rug, by the way, is probably Persian, or at least a knockoff. And yes, you'll stub your toe on the brass bed frame, because even history is cruel sometimes. Welcome to the beginning of the strangest sleepover in history. And remember, this is just night 1. Section 2. Clock watching in a corset. You're pacing. Not fast. Not dramatic. Just a slow shuffle. In your thick wool socks. The kind that make your ankles itch a little. The carpet has that faint, musty smell of dust and lavender sachets. And your breath puffs in the air because someone insisted Victorian bedrooms needed to be cold for moral discipline. You glance at the grandfather clock in the hallway, still ticking, still judging. It's just past 2 o'clock a.m. You sit on the edge of your bed again, shift the weight of your nightdress, and try reclining at a different angle. Maybe if your head's just so, your brain will finally give in. But it doesn't. Instead, it spins with thoughts of unpaid bills, your cousin's scandal at last month's dinner, and whether you'll ever sleep again. Now, take a deep breath, because tonight we're going to talk about corsets and clocks. 2 things Victorians thought were completely unrelated to sleep, but were actually, well, absolute saboteurs. First, the corset. If you're a Victorian woman, you've probably been wearing one since morning. You loosened it for bed, but you didn't take it off completely. Heaven forbid you be caught in a state of natural curvature. So even in your night clothes, there's pressure on your ribs, on your stomach, on your lungs. Is it any wonder you can't breathe deeply enough to relax? Historians still argue whether sleeping in corsets was truly widespread, or more of an upper-class fashion obsession. Some claim it was essential for maintaining the figure, even while dreaming. Others argue it was purely impractical and likely abandoned by most women once the lights were out. Either way, the psychological weight of a life lived in tight laces doesn't disappear just because your bedchamber curtains are drawn. Then there's the clock. Victorians were obsessed with time. Not the relaxing kind of time, like it's sunset, let's wind down, but mechanical, mathematical, precise time. Industrialization had turned everyone into tiny gears in a massive factory system. And suddenly, you couldn't just nap when tired or rise with the sun. You had to adhere to the ticking. The invention of affordable domestic clocks meant your insomnia now came with a soundtrack. Every second ticked audibly into your soul, reminding you exactly how long you've been not sleeping. 30 minutes, an hour, 2. Tick, tick, tick. Before this era, sleep was more intuitive, but now, with train schedules and factory whistles, sleep had a schedule too. And if your body wasn't syncing with it, well, clearly something was wrong with you. You glance again at the clock. 2:15. So what do you do next? Well, if you're a Victorian insomniac, you've got a few time-tested strategies to try. Option 1. Rearrange the pillows. Not because it helps, but because it gives you something to do. Stack them higher. Lower. Prop yourself up in what one 1872 sleep manual calls the gentle slope of restful contemplation, whatever that means. Option 2. Open the window. Let in some cold, possibly fog-choked London air. There's a belief that fresh night air can lull you to sleep, as long as you don't die of damp lung. Option 3. Count your blessings. This is advice given frequently in the period. If you cannot sleep, enumerate your fortunes. One woman wrote in her diary that she made it to blessing number 142 before accidentally inventing a haiku and still failing to fall asleep. You shift under the weight of your bedding. Victorians didn't believe in minimalist duvets. Your bed likely has a horsehair mattress, a wool topper, 2 feather bolsters, a cotton quilt, and a canopy overhead, just in case you forgot to feel trapped. And if you're lucky, a bed warmer was used earlier. A metal pan filled with hot coals passed between the sheets before you arrived. If you're unlucky, it's still in there, and now slightly on fire. You lie back again, eyes wide. If you're a man, maybe you're rethinking your 3rd glass of port. If you're a woman, maybe you're rethinking the dried gooseberry tart you had at supper. Either way, digestion isn't helping. Let's talk about that for a moment. Victorian beliefs about digestion and insomnia. They were passionate about the stomach. Many doctors claimed that the state of the gut determined the state of the brain, and that late-night wakefulness was a sure sign of gastric disturbance. One 1864 remedy: chew dry toast very slowly in total silence. Not eat it, just chew it. And don't even think about butter. Another doctor insisted that meat after 6 o'clock p.m. would anchor one's dreams to the material realm, which sounds poetic, but probably just meant indigestion. Meanwhile, some poor souls blamed electrical interference in the air. They wrapped their heads in tinfoil or laid copper coins under their pillows. One man swore by putting a quartz pebble in each sock. "Balances the currents," he wrote. "Also keeps away rats." That claim is unverified. And just as you're about to drift, finally, a carriage rumbles past outside. A dog barks. A baby cries 3 doors down. You open your eyes. 2:43 a.m. You're going to need backup. Maybe tonight, you'll try that lettuce remedy your aunt mentioned. Maybe a foot bath. Maybe prayer. But for now, you sit very still, listening to the ticking, the rustling, the long, slow sigh of your sleepless self. Another hour to go. Section 3. Lettuce soup for the sleepless soul. The fire in your grate has long since turned to a lazy shimmer of embers. But the cold is creeping back in like an uninvited ghost. You're huddled in your shawl now, perched at the edge of your bed like a Victorian gargoyle. And then it hits you. Lettuce. Yes, that's right. Your aunt did say something about it. You vaguely remember her waving a ladle of something pale and wilted and proclaiming, "It soothes the nerves," like a lullaby for your liver. And in this moment of sleep-deprived desperation, you think, why not? Tonight, we explore one of the most iconic, confusing, and, frankly, soggy remedies of the age. Lettuce soup for the sleepless soul. Warm lettuce, sometimes steeped in milk, sometimes just water. Occasionally combined with sugar or vinegar, because clearly someone thought pickled salad tea was a good bedtime flavor. And this wasn't just a kitchen cure whispered between ladies. Medical manuals from the era, big, serious, leather-bound ones, actually recommended it. Why? Because lettuce contains lactucarium, a milky sap found in the stems that was believed to have mild sedative properties. It was sometimes called lettuce opium, which is adorable and misleading. The idea probably came from older herbal traditions, and historians still argue whether the lactucarium content in common lettuce was ever enough to matter, or if Victorians just needed something to do with all those garden trimmings. Picture yourself shuffling downstairs in slippers and candlelight into a silent scullery where you light the stove with a trembling fingers. The cold water creaks as you fill a pan. A few sad lettuce leaves float on the surface like seaweed at low tide. You stir slowly, watching the edges brown slightly and curl inward, as though the lettuce is tired too. Eventually, the smell hits. Not fresh, not fragrant, just vegetal, slightly bitter. A bit like wet newspaper if I went to culinary school, but you sip it anyway. And weirdly, it works. Not because of magic, not because of chemistry, but because it's a ritual. The motion, the warmth, the way the steam fogs up your vision just enough to forget the relentless ticking upstairs. You sit with your lettuce tea beside the dying fire, wrapped in a blanket that smells faintly of mothballs and chamomile. For a brief moment, you imagine you're drifting. But then your neighbor's cat screams outside like it's being exorcised. And you're awake again. Let's be fair. This wasn't the only strange beverage people used for sleep. There was barley water, cabbage juice, and the ever-popular vinegar and honey concoction that one particularly enthusiastic Victorian doctor promised would quiet the rebellious stomach and dull the fire of the mind. Then there were things like toast water. Yes, literally burned toast steeped in water. And oatmeal gruel with nutmeg, which sounds like something you feed to Dickensian orphans. Victorians lived in a world of home remedies, and insomnia was seen not as a medical failure, but as a challenge to outwit with creativity, persistence, and boiling things. One fringe pamphlet even suggested wrapping cold lettuce leaves around your forehead and wrists, cooling the soul at its pulse points. This may or may not have worked, but it certainly made you look like you were preparing for battle with a salad. And speaking of looks, Victorians were deeply invested in the appearance of restfulness. A pale, pinched face was acceptable if it came with delicate features and a tragic gaze. But puffy eyes, twitchy limbs, and general dishevelment? Unforgivable. Which is why people went to extraordinary lengths just to appear well-rested, even if they were slowly unraveling on the inside. So you go back upstairs. You've drunk the lettuce. You've mopped your brow with a cool rag. You've tried to breathe like you're auditioning to be a sleeping statue. And maybe, just maybe, you finally start to nod off. Until your bed creaks loudly. And you remember that it's an old four-poster inherited from your grandmother, and it has a tendency to groan like a ghost in protest of every movement. You lie perfectly still. You wonder if maybe you shouldn't have eaten that last crumpet, or if maybe the lettuce was too strong. You wait for sleep to claim you. But no. Your brain has decided it's time to relive every awkward social interaction from the last 6 years, in vivid detail. At this point, your candle has burned halfway down, forming that little well of wax that always makes you slightly anxious about fire. You debate blowing it out, but then you'd be left in full darkness with only your thoughts and the occasional floorboard squeak. And anyway, what if you do fall asleep? That's a hazard. Or is it? Historians still argue whether Victorians feared candles at night more than the dark itself. One theory suggests people slept with them nearby, not for light, but for comfort, like a small, flickering friend. But this one is dwindling fast. You shift again. You try lying on your side. You attempt what a 19th century sleep journal describes as the military rest position. Arms folded across the chest, feet slightly apart, as if preparing for burial. It doesn't help. You consider praying. You consider screaming. Instead, you sip the last of your lukewarm lettuce water and stare at the ceiling, wondering if your ancestors also felt this strange twilight mix of boredom and despair. Spoiler, they absolutely did. And tomorrow, someone's going to suggest a footbath. Section 4. The Science of 1860s Sleep. So not science. You've made peace with the fact that sleep isn't coming. Not yet. Your bed is now just a ceremonial stage where tossing and turning take center spotlight. The lettuce cure has failed to lull you into blissful oblivion. Surprise. And your candle is almost extinct. So what's next? Well, now it's time to do what every good Victorian does when in doubt. Consult science. Except it's 1860s science, which is to say, not science. Tonight, we're diving into the delightfully misguided but thoroughly confident world of Victorian sleep theories. Strap in, but not too tight. We don't want another corset-induced fainting incident. Let's start with what doctors believed caused insomnia back then. The short version? Almost anything. Too much blood in the brain? Insomnia. Not enough blood in the brain? Also insomnia. Worries, weak nerves, tight boots, moral decay, overeducation, lack of discipline, exposure to gaslight, reading novels after dusk, heavy curtains, indigestion, repressed guilt, an impure soul? You guessed it. Insomnia. You see, medicine in this period had entered a phase of serious swagger. Victorian physicians were publishing hefty sleep manuals filled with case studies that sounded suspiciously like gossip columns, and yet they couldn't agree on the most basic question. What even is sleep? Some said it was a temporary cessation of the cerebral tide. Others suggested it was the withdrawal of the soul from the peripheries of the body. One especially poetic gentleman theorized that sleep was the mind's nightly burial in the grave of the unconscious, from whence it rises cleansed. Okay, Edgar Allan Poe. Historians still argue whether these elaborate explanations were meant to comfort patients or just justify increasingly creative invoices. But what everyone did agree on was this: insomnia meant imbalance. Not just in the body, but in the life. If you were sleepless, something was off. Maybe your humors, maybe your hormones, maybe your relationship with your upstairs neighbor who plays the pianoforte after dinner. And so, a medical revolution of sorts took hold. Remedies started rolling in like clockwork, some sensible, some deeply not. Let's walk through a few that might show up on your nightstand, along with your copy of The Art of Slumber, a treatise on nervous restoration. 1. The head cooling method. One school of thought believed insomnia came from an overheated brain. The cure? Soaking a cloth in icy water and draping it dramatically over your forehead, like a weary Shakespearean widow. If that didn't work, some doctors recommended sleeping with your head out the window. In January. 2. The foot heating balance. Others swore that cold feet were to blame. The solution? A boiling hot mustard foot bath right before bed, followed by thick wool socks, and the hope that your ankles wouldn't spontaneously combust. This head-cold, feet-warm philosophy was a cornerstone of Victorian logic, as in, if the mind is restless, the toes must be freezing. 3. The no thought before sleep. Rule. You were to avoid any mental stimulation within 3 hours of bedtime. No poetry, no newspapers. Absolutely no deep conversations about your feelings. Instead, one was encouraged to gaze passively into the fire and think only of sheep. Not actual sheep. The concept of sheep. One nervous gentleman wrote that he attempted to count sheep, but could only picture them committing tax fraud, which kept him awake even longer. 4. Mechanical aids. Enter the bed rattler. This was a real device. Part rocking cradle, part Victorian massage gun, that gently jostled your bed in rhythmic motion. The theory? Mimic the soothing motion of infancy. The reality? Probably just made people seasick. 5. Dietary interventions. You may remember from last night's episode of Warm Lettuce that Victorians were very big on food as medicine. Beyond soup, they had an entire doctrine around digestive tranquility. You were encouraged to eat plain fare, boiled oats, steamed carrots, stale bread. Spice, sugar, or joy. Forbidden. One widely respected physician warned that a single fig, taken past 8 o'clock, has been known to provoke hallucinations and heart palpitations well into the night. Yes, a fig. Now you may be wondering, did any of this actually help? Well, kind of. Maybe. Sometimes. Some people probably did find comfort in ritual, in structure, in the belief that a steaming bowl of cabbage water and a thorough brushing of one's hair, 100 strokes in silence, would chase away restless thoughts. But for many, the result was the same. Another night awake, now mildly damp, and possibly bloated from footbath steam and late-night carrots. Let's not forget the moral theory of sleep. This was a big one. Victorians truly believed that good sleep was a sign of good character, that rest came to the righteous, and that chronic insomnia might indicate spiritual imbalance, which is both fascinating and an absolute recipe for shame. Imagine waking up groggy and immediately wondering if you're a terrible person. Not because you stayed up binging something, because, alas, no Netflix, but because your soul was maybe doing something wrong. One reverend even declared in a sermon that the sleepless heart is often the one burdened with unconfessed sin. So now, in addition to being exhausted, you're spiritually panicking. Cool. You sit on the windowsill, wrapping the shawl tighter around your shoulders. It's nearly 4 o'clock a.m. The sky is still dark, but the shape of rooftops is starting to emerge in silhouette. You can hear birds warming up their morning recitals. And still, your brain is buzzing. You tried the science. You tried the soup. You even considered sleeping with your feet in a bucket of mustard water. Still no luck. But there's always hope. The lady down the road swears by lavender poultices. Your brother-in-law claims salt under the bed keeps away bad dreams. And you heard a rumor about a hypnotist visiting from Vienna next week who can cure all sleeplessness by waving a watch in your face. But that's for another night. Right now, you lean your head against the window, close your eyes, and try to remember what it felt like to be tired and not terrified of staying awake. Section 5. Bathtubs, boiling water, and barely safe ideas. So, the science has failed you. The soup was soggy. You're still awake, still wrapped in a shawl, still drifting somewhere between mildly cold and existentially damp. And now your toes are starting to tingle. Maybe it's time for the next Victorian insomnia cure on the list. The boiling water treatment, otherwise known as Operation Feet First. Yes, friend. Tonight we dip our toes, quite literally, into one of the most popular, vaguely alarming, and deeply steamy cures of the Victorian era. Footbaths, scalding soaks, and bathing rituals that walked the line between relaxation and actual torture. Let's set the scene. You're half delirious from sleep deprivation. The fire has died down, but you can still coax enough heat to warm a kettle. You shuffle toward the washstand, fill the porcelain basin, and carefully pour in water that is definitely hotter than necessary. Then you gingerly place your feet in, and instantly regret every life choice that brought you to this moment. Because Victorian doctors didn't believe in lukewarm. They believed in temperature as a weapon. Too cold, and your humors might freeze. Too hot, and, well, you probably still weren't sleeping, but at least you were sweating profusely. Footbaths were the go-to remedy for the sleepless middle class. They were simple, accessible, and came with the added benefit of feeling vaguely medical, without requiring a prescription. In fact, many sleep manuals of the day prescribed them with the same reverence modern wellness gurus reserve for magnesium and blackout curtains. But why feet? Here's where it gets interesting. Victorians believed the feet were a primary exit valve for nervous energy. That agitation pooled in the extremities and needed to be drawn downward out of the brain through the soles. This is why you weren't just told to soak your feet. You were often told to do it in silence, in darkness, with a heavy blanket draped over your shoulders and possibly a dried fig on your tongue for internal balance. Historians still argue whether these elaborate rituals helped because of actual physiological effects, or because people were just too tired from the prep to stay awake afterward. Now, if the footbath didn't work, and let's be honest, it probably didn't, there was always the next level up, the full-body steam treatment. This involved sitting on a wooden stool with your bare legs inside a tin basin of hot water, while someone draped a wool blanket over your head and shoulders, turning you into what can only be described as a sweaty Victorian dumpling. The idea was to sweat out restlessness and excess nerve vapor, which sounds like something from a ghost hunting guidebook. There were even bathing tents you could rent at spas. Picture this: a canvas cubicle, a steaming floor grate, and a nurse whose entire job was to hand you water and not judge your pajama choices, all while you prayed that your corset-stung ribs wouldn't collapse under the pressure of your own ambition. Let's also talk about mustard. Yes, mustard. As in the stuff you put on ham sandwiches. Victorians believed in its medicinal heat. A footbath with mustard powder was said to draw the blood down from the head and promote calm. Some even rubbed it directly on their temples in a moment of bracing desperation. It stung, of course it did. But that sting meant something was happening. And in the world of 19th century medicine, sensation equaled success. Pain was progress. Discomfort meant discipline. Sleep was a reward, not a right. And then there was the vinegar rinse, used after soaking to seal in the calm. Picture someone pouring room-temperature vinegar over your feet while quoting Psalms. Comforting? Unclear. Pungent? Very. Of course, men had slightly different routines. A gentleman might opt for a tobacco poultice behind the ears, or a warm whiskey rub to the chest. Not to mention that special breed of medical bravado that led some to take cold showers at 2 o'clock a.m. just to shock the system into obedience. Yes, ice water. On purpose. Let's pause for a moment to appreciate the sheer effort. Imagine being so desperate for sleep that you willingly create a miniature Turkish bath in your bedroom, burn your toes, wrap your skull in a flannel soaked in lavender vinegar, and still lie awake afterward, wondering if you should have tried more mustard. And of course, all of this was performed in silence. Victorian bedrooms were not the place for casual banter. No podcasts, no ocean wave playlists. If you were lucky, you got the rhythmic tick of your clock and maybe the occasional cough from your spouse in the next bed over. Did it work? Well, it might have. There's a modern theory that says these rituals, painful and peculiar as they were, might have activated the parasympathetic nervous system, the warmth, the focus, the slow movement. All of it could, in theory, cue the body to relax. But again, historians are divided. Some say it's all wishful thinking, wrapped in steam. Others point out that half the patients probably passed out from heat exhaustion rather than falling asleep naturally. You pull your feet from the basin, red, wrinkled, still awake. You wrap them in a towel and lie back in bed, hoping the mustard fumes don't ruin your pillowcase. The clock now reads 5 o'clock a.m. Dawn is scratching at the edges of the window, and you wonder if maybe it's not about finding the perfect cure, but just surviving the night. Tomorrow, you'll try the floral poultices, or prayer, or hypnotism, or maybe you'll finally write that letter to the Illustrated Times, complaining about the lack of sleep-friendly gas lamp regulations. But for now, you lie still, your feet warm, your head buzzing, your body hovering in that liminal space between hope and surrender. Sleep may not come, but at least you smell vaguely of mustard. Section 6. Scented pillows and hysterical florals. Your feet are finally dry. Your shawl is draped across your shoulders like a sleep-deprived cape. You smell like a vinaigrette gone rogue. But alas, sleep still dances just out of reach. Maybe it's time to try something gentler, something elegant, something floral. Yes, tonight we're diving nose first into the dreamy world of Victorian scented sleep aids, a realm of dried petals, lacy sachets, and very strong opinions about lavender. Victorians adored scents. They believed fragrances could alter your mood, correct imbalances in the body, and, most importantly, put you to sleep. Your bedroom probably has a little bowl of dried herbs on the washstand, a ribbon-tied bundle of chamomile hanging from the wardrobe, and at least one pillow that smells like a haunted tea shop. Let's talk about that pillow. The herbal sleep pillow, sometimes called a dream sachet, was a small fabric bag stuffed with a blend of calming botanicals. Popular ingredients included lavender, obviously, chamomile, hops, yes, like in beer, rose petals, lemon balm, and occasionally wormwood for that edgy, faintly poisonous flair. This pillow was slipped under your actual pillow. Or, if you were particularly high-strung, you could clutch it to your chest and breathe deeply, like a Victorian version of an emotional support ferret. Some sleep guides even included recipes. 1 part lavender, 1 part hops, 1 part marjoram. Dry thoroughly, tie in muslin, and renew monthly. Whisper kind thoughts into it nightly. Adorable. The belief here was that the right scent could calm your nerves and sweeten the mind for repose. But this wasn't just spiritual woo-woo. Hops, for instance, contain natural sedative compounds, and lavender has mild calming effects. Of course, no one had double-blind clinical studies in 1870, but they had vibes. And vibes were everything. You sit on your bed and press the sachet to your nose. It smells like an apothecary's daydream. Earthy, floral, slightly dusty. There's a faint crunch from the dried leaves inside, a sound oddly comforting in the silence. You lie back. You close your eyes. You inhale deeply. Still awake. Okay, so maybe 1 sachet isn't enough. Some people took it further. Victorian bedrooms often had entire scent zones, little bundles of herbs tucked into drawers, behind curtains, under chairs. And don't forget the aromatic waters. Rose water spritzed on pillowcases, violet water dabbed on wrists, orange blossom water sprinkled over the carpet. One woman wrote in her diary, "My room smells as Eden might, were it confined to 3 walls and a stubborn chimney draft." The obsession with scent wasn't just about sleep. It was about control over your body, your environment, your emotions. If you could tame the air, surely you could tame your thoughts. Of course, not all of these aromas were mild. Let's talk about valerian root, which smells like damp socks and betrayal, but was heavily used as a sedative. Some insomniacs would steep it into tea. Others placed a few drops of its essential oil on cloth and tied it around their necks like a cursed amulet. It was effective, but potent enough to clear a room. Then there were the more experimental blends. Some sleep concoctions included sandalwood, frankincense, or patchouli. Others drifted into outright oddity. Crushed garlic bulbs wrapped in silk, burned fennel seeds, or even a dab of ammonia water to cleanse the air of impure spirits. Not ideal. Historians still argue whether this obsession with scented sleep was grounded in medical effectiveness or just a very determined form of bedtime aromatherapy cosplay. But there's no denying the sensory elegance of it all. Imagine it. Your room dark, your pillow fragrant, the sound of the wind slipping through the keyhole. Somewhere down the block, a milkman rattles his cart. You breathe in again, lavender and lemon balm and a hint of wood polish. And for a second you think, yes, this is it. But your brain, that charming little saboteur, pipes up with a reminder. Did I remember to extinguish the footbath pan? What if it sets the floor alight? What if the floor ignites the wallpaper? What if the house goes up like a dried hops pillow? So now you're up. Again. You check the hearth. It's fine. Of course it's fine. You return to bed, now slightly sweatier, and somehow even more awake. You fluff your pillows again. The lavender sachet has migrated to your lower back. You remove it, give it a stern look, and sigh. Let's try something else. Some Victorians believed in scented handkerchiefs. You'd dab a bit of floral oil in one corner, then tuck it into your sleeve or under your chin, like a cravat of calm. The more anxious among you might carry 2, one for public decorum, one for private sobbing into your mattress. Meanwhile, upper-class households often had sleep colognes, delicate, alcohol-based sprays with names like Repose for the Mind or Waters of Nightful Ease. That last one sounds like a fancy laxative. It wasn't, we think. You try one now, something rosy, citrusy, vaguely medicinal. You dab it on your temples and wrists. You breathe deeply. Still, nothing. At this point, you've tried more florals than a Regency wedding. Your room smells like the aftermath of a potpourri explosion. But the silence stretches on, and the dark outside begins to shift to a faint pewter gray. It's nearly morning. Your sachets, your waters, your oils, they've failed you. Or maybe not failed exactly. Maybe they've just delayed the inevitable. You're still here, still waiting, still hoping that the next whiff of lavender will be the one that carries you across that final threshold into dreams. But tonight, not yet. Section 7. Lying very, very still. It's somewhere past 6 now. The sky outside your window is the color of old milk, and the first brave birds have started singing like nothing is wrong. Rude. You, however, have not slept a wink. You're still swaddled in a blanket that smells like lavender and mustard footbath steam. And your pillow now resembles a Victorian spice rack. You're beginning to sense a theme. Nothing works. At least, not quickly. Not tonight. So maybe it's time to take a different approach. Not doing anything at all. No lettuce. No baths. No potions. Just stillness. Tonight, or rather this foggy pre-dawn morning, we're exploring the eerily tranquil, slightly unsettling realm of the Victorian practice of lying very, very still to fall asleep, also known in some manuals as involuntary repose posture, or more bluntly, playing dead until sleep gets confused and takes over. The idea is simple. If you stay motionless long enough, with your hands folded and your breathing shallow, your body will assume it's time to shut down. Sort of like tricking a horse into thinking it's nighttime by putting a blanket over its head. Only the horse is your nervous system. Imagine yourself lying flat, arms at your sides, or gently crossed, as if you were being painted by a sentimental Victorian portrait artist. Your feet are placed exactly an inch apart. Your head faces forward. Not to the side, heaven forbid, lest your thoughts start wandering toward unfinished embroidery, or Queen Victoria's passive-aggressive letters to her children. This position was recommended widely by doctors of the time who genuinely believed that physical stillness could induce mental stillness. One particularly enthusiastic physician wrote, "To twitch is to betray disorder. To stir is to stir the mind. Let the body feign death, and sleep will arrive to inspect it." Sleep, the grim reaper's polite cousin. This technique didn't stop at positioning. You were expected to clear your thoughts, too. Not with mindfulness or breathing exercises. No, that would be too modern. The Victorian approach was more brutal. You were instructed to think of absolutely nothing, which, as you may have noticed, is impossible. Try it now. Go on. Think of nothing. See? The moment you try, your brain helpfully supplies you with memories of that time you tripped in front of a butcher's cart, or a sudden worry that your second cousin may have misunderstood your tone at dinner last Sunday. Victorians understood this dilemma, so they invented a workaround, mantras, Victorian style. Not mantras in the spiritual sense, but more like rhythmic, mind-numbing phrases to repeat silently, such as, "I am now at rest. Sleep is coming. I am calm. The air is cool. My limbs are still. I shall think of nothing. And in that nothingness, rest shall find me." Sure, they read like poetry from someone's very tired aunt, but repetition was key. Some even recommended syncing the mantra to your breath, turning it into a hypnotic lull. Inhale. Sleep is coming. Exhale. I am calm. Unfortunately, by repetition 32, your mind is already adding alternate lines. Inhale. Sleep is coming. Exhale. So is the tax bill. This technique also required environmental compliance. No ticking clocks, no pets rustling at your feet, and certainly no nightgown buttons poking into your ribs. You were to arrange your bedding just right, smooth, and unwrinkled, like the surface of a pond about to freeze over. And then lie there, still, silent, statuesque, which of course becomes its own kind of madness. Because the more you focus on staying still, the more you become aware of every inch of yourself. Your pinky itches, your nose twitches, your right heel feels warm. Why is it warm? Is it burning? What if it bursts into flames? Should you check? No, that's movement. You must not move. Congratulations. You've just reached stage 2, the creeping awareness spiral. But this was all part of the plan, apparently. Victorians believed the battle was not physical, but moral. They wrote about insomnia as a test of discipline. If you failed to lie still and quiet your thoughts, that was your fault. You hadn't cultivated the proper inner silence. One governess described her insomnia as a nightly failure of virtue, which feels both dramatic and painfully relatable. Interestingly, this practice wasn't just for bedtime. Hospitals in the 19th century sometimes instructed patients to lie motionless during the day in rest cures, which were often imposed on women diagnosed with hysteria, melancholia, or just having the audacity to speak with confidence. These treatments involved bed rest, bland food, and, most crucially, forbidding movement, a medicalized version of lying still until the world got bored of you. Even children were taught this method. One parenting manual from 1878 suggested placing a child in bed, dimming the lights, and simply saying, "Do not move. Close your eyes. Sleep will see you and come," as if sleep were a shy woodland creature that needed absolute stillness to appear. Some children responded by promptly falling asleep, others by screaming. And still, this approach persisted well into the Edwardian era. It was free, after all, and it gave the illusion of control, of doing something by doing nothing. Back in your own bed, you try again. You fold your hands across your stomach. You arrange your feet precisely. You inhale slowly and repeat, "I am still. Sleep is near. I am still. Sleep is near." You hold the position for 5 minutes. 10. Your neck starts to ache. Your toes twitch. You suppress a sigh so intense it might have expelled the ghost of your childhood piano teacher. Still, you stay still. And somewhere between repetition 143 and the vague urge to yawn, something shifts. Not sleep, but something quieter. You stop checking the clock. You stop fighting. You just lie there. Maybe that's enough. For now. Section 8. The cold room theory. The room is still. You've been lying in that near funereal position for who knows how long. Arms folded, breaths shallow. Brain humming like a distant telegraph wire. You haven't moved in what feels like forever. And you think, maybe this is it. Maybe it's working. But then, without warning, your body betrays you with a single treasonous shiver. Welcome to the great paradox of Victorian sleep theory, the cold bedroom. That's right. Tonight's episode, or should we say, this morning's continuation of last night's ongoing endurance test, brings us into the frosty domain of open windows, icy toes, and the deeply held belief that freezing half to death might, in fact, help you sleep better. Now, you may think Victorians were just bad at insulation, And you'd be right. But they also deliberately kept their bedrooms cold. Not just chilly. Not just maybe bring a blanket cold. We're talking Arctic drafting across your nose at 3 o'clock a.m. Cold. Why? Because warmth was suspect. Heat, according to many physicians of the day, stirred the humors, encouraged inflammation, and led to restless excitement. Cold air, on the other hand, was virtuous, bracing. It built character. It shut down passion. It was the architectural equivalent of being told to calm down by someone wearing a frock coat. Victorians believed cold purified the air and the spirit. One health guide stated, "A room overly warm is a room where dreams may wander ungoverned, but a cool chamber keeps thoughts straight and limbs still." Another medical author called warm bedrooms nests of weakness. We feel he might have had deeper personal issues, but regardless, his pamphlet sold well. So the typical upper-class bedroom was large, sparsely heated, and equipped with windows that didn't quite shut right. You'd bundle yourself in layers of heavy bedding. Think woolen sheets, counterpanes, and eiderdowns. But the air you breathed in would be so cold it made your nostrils pinch. Delightful. Some households even cracked the window in winter on purpose to let the night air cleanse the room. To modern minds, this seems ambitious. But at the time, night air was believed to have powerful hygienic effects, provided it didn't kill you first. Historians still argue whether this approach stemmed more from health theory or sheer stubbornness. Was it about discipline, or were they just in denial about how cold everything actually was? One thing is certain. This approach made waking up absolutely miserable. There's an 1874 diary entry from a young woman in Bath who describes waking at dawn with frost on the inside of the window pane and one's breath rising like a ghost of unspoken thoughts. She also mentions losing feeling in her left foot until tea was served. Even in sickness, the cold room was sacred. Feverish? Open a window. Coughing? Air the sheets. Raving in your sleep about existential dread? Bring in a draft. There's something charming, in a masochistic way, about the faith Victorians had in air. They trusted it, worshipped it, believed it held secrets to health, vitality, and sleep. Which brings us to the concept of the nightshirt plus scarf combo. Because if your room was cold, but you still had to breathe, you needed gear. A long flannel nightshirt, thick socks, maybe even a cap. Yes, like the one Scrooge wears. And a thin wool scarf wrapped loosely around your neck. Just enough to prevent throat chills. Not enough to strangle you mid-dream. Some manuals advised stuffing wool into your ears to block out drafts. Others suggested placing a hot brick at your feet. One particularly enthusiastic grandmother claimed sleeping under 2 dogs was ideal for warmth, companionship, and late-night entertainment. You try pulling your eiderdown higher. The fire has completely gone out now, and the only light in the room is the sickly glow of morning sneaking through threadbare curtains. You feel like a toasted marshmallow who's cooled into disappointment. And yet, you endure. Because here's the thing. The cold room might actually be the one idea they got right. Modern research shows that cooler temperatures do promote deeper sleep. The body naturally drops in temperature as you fall asleep, and a cool environment helps regulate that rhythm. Of course, cool is relative. You want refreshing, not tundra survival training. But the principle was there. Unfortunately, Victorians, being Victorians, they took a kernel of truth and turned it into a doctrine. Suffering was the point. If you were too comfortable, clearly you weren't trying hard enough to sleep. So here you are, wrapped in 6 layers, nose cold, eyes dry, still awake. You try to embrace the cold. You picture yourself as a serene snow owl nesting in a drafty attic. You whisper a little mantra. The cold is cleansing. The cold is pure. You immediately regret this because now you need to sneeze and your handkerchief is somewhere near your ankles. Maybe, just maybe, the cold will shock you into unconsciousness, or freeze your rebellious thoughts, or turn your racing mind into something slow, soft, and still. Or maybe you'll get up and relight the fire. Because screw it, you're not being purified. You're being punished. You sit up. The bed sheets crackle with static. Your hair is standing on end. You wrap yourself in a blanket like a disgruntled potato and trudge to the hearth. Sleep? No. But at least now you have something to do with your hands while the sun rises. Section 9. Sleep Hygiene, Victorian Edition. Your fire is sputtering back to life, crackling, like it resents being awake as much as you do. You sit in front of it, hunched like a Victorian chimney sweep on his break. A blanket wrapped around your shoulders, toes slowly thawing. Light is spilling gently through the window now, silver and dull, the color of cold porridge. It's morning, technically, but you haven't slept, and your room still smells faintly of burnt wool, lavender, and despair. Time to assess the damage. You've tried warm lettuce. You've soaked your feet until they resembled old apples. You've sniffed enough lavender to qualify as a flower fairy. And you've remained so still, you could probably pass as one of those marble effigies on a cathedral tomb. Nothing worked. So what now? You re-enter the world of advice. Victorian advice, which is notoriously confident and often catastrophically unhelpful. You reach for the worn manual by your bedside. The gilt edges of the proper care of the nervous constitution gleam faintly in the firelight. Let's talk about Victorian sleep hygiene. No, not cleanliness. They didn't mean hygiene the way we do now. There were no toothbrushes on the nightstand, no face serums, no sleep apps tracking REM cycles. Hygiene, in the 19th century context, meant discipline. It was a philosophy, a lifestyle, a warning. Let's review what you shouldn't have done last night, according to the experts. 1. Don't eat after 7 o'clock p.m. That crumpet you had with treacle? Condemned. You might as well have dined on sin. Anything rich, sweet, spicy, or warm was a one-way ticket to nervous disturbance of the bowels, which, according to one, Dr. Bartholomew, was the first enemy of peaceful sleep. Toast, maybe. Plain broth, tolerable. But pastry? Devilry. 2. Avoid reading novels at bedtime, particularly excitable ones. Dickens? Dangerous. The Brontes? positively ruinous. The reasoning? Fiction stirred the imagination, invited immoral thoughts, and left the brain in a state of emotional disarray. One guide advised switching to sermons, geography texts, or inventories of local parish accounts to calm the mind. That is, if you didn't mind being lulled into a coma of pure boredom. 3. Never sleep near books. Yes, even proximity was suspect. One particularly dramatic pamphlet claimed that sleeping within 3 feet of novels might result in disturbed dreams and scandalous visions. Scholars today suspect this was more about dust allergies than ghost plots. But still, away with your bookshelf. 4. No conversation. After dusk. Especially not of the spirited or humorous variety. Laughter was said to vibrate the humors, whatever that means. And arguments were worse. One couple wrote to the family advisor asking for marital tips after discussing taxes too vigorously and remaining awake for 3 consecutive nights. 5. Limit artificial light. This one, at least, makes a little modern sense. Gaslight was a new thing, and many health experts warned it overstimulated the eyes and confused the internal clock. They didn't call it a circadian rhythm, of course. That would have required Latin they hadn't invented yet. 6. Do not overstudy or overwoman. Yes, you read that right. Women, in particular, were warned not to engage in intellectual exertion after tea. Reading too much, talking too much, thinking too much. These were all seen as dangerous nighttime behaviors that might lead to, brace yourself, spontaneous brain agitation. Historians still debate whether this was concern for sleep or just good old-fashioned patriarchy in a nightcap. Of course, these rules came with daily rituals too. A proper Victorian had a wind-down routine that would put your favorite YouTube wellness influencer to shame. It included brushing one's hair 100 times, slowly, no chatting, changing into soft flannel garments, not silk, which was too suggestive, a silent prayer, preferably from a pre-approved prayer book, warming the sheets with a bedpan, and exactly 3 minutes of foot wriggling, breathing slowly, while looking at a framed photograph of a calm landscape or deceased relative. One doctor recommended ending the evening by reviewing a list of 5 small moral victories from the day. Which sounds nice until you realize that includes things like, I refrained from swearing when the bread was burned. You're now sitting on your bed again, flipping through this book, trying to remember if you committed any violations last night. Did you read poetry? Possibly. Did you snack after sundown? Definitely. Did you get into a heated internal debate about whether Queen Victoria ever had a nap? Unfortunately, yes. You're doomed. But here's the secret truth buried under all this Victorian rigidity. The rituals weren't really about sleep. They were about order. In a world that was changing too fast, factories, trains, electricity, social upheaval, bedtime routines were a tiny fortress of stability. If you couldn't control your future, at least you could control your bedtime tea, your pillow arrangement, and your book of Psalms. Even now, as the sun creeps higher and the coals in your fire settle into ash, you feel the strange comfort of the rules, the predictability, the quiet. You close the book and lie back on the pillow. No more sachets, no more lectures. Just you, the ticking clock, and the faint possibility that sleep might still find you, even if it's just for an hour. Section 10. Lunatic Asylums and Insomnia. Treatment. You doze for 17 minutes. It's not restful. Your dreams involve lettuce chasing you through a foggy maze, a bedpan that hisses disapproval, and Queen Victoria demanding you explain yourself. Still, it's something. You wake up startled, pillow askew, heart fluttering like a moth in a jar. And now, you're awake again. But this time, it feels different. Not anxious, not desperate, just resigned. Sleep, that slippery fish, is gone again. But instead of flailing, you sit quietly. The room is bathed in soft, gray light. The kind of light that makes wallpaper look nostalgic. The birds are louder now. There's movement downstairs. Somewhere, toast is being burned. But you're not hungry. You're thinking about all the things you've tried, all the things Victorians tried, and all the strange, darker corners of their world, where sleep wasn't just a nightly inconvenience, but a diagnosis, a failure, a threat. Which brings us to something less charming than flower sachets or hot footbaths. Today, we descend into the chilling world of asylums, institutions, and how insomnia, yes, sleeplessness, could land you behind locked doors in the Victorian era. Sound dramatic? It was, because while many saw insomnia as a nuisance, others, especially doctors, clergy, and family members with enough money, began to see it as a symptom. Of what? Well, that was flexible. If you were a woman, it might be hysteria. If you were a man, it could be neurasthenia, or possibly exhaustion of the intellect. So, either way, the outcome was often the same. A long, quiet trip to one of the hundreds of lunatic asylums springing up across Britain and the United States. There's a grim little entry from the 1868 casebook of the Bethlehem Royal Hospital. Yes, that Bedlam. Describing a 27-year-old woman admitted with the chief complaint of persistent wakefulness and emotional agitation. Diagnosis? Melancholia prolonged. Treatment? Silence. Cold compresses. Isolation. Historians still argue whether many of these institutionalizations were based on genuine mental illness or simply social inconvenience. Either way, insomnia became a red flag, especially for women. Imagine being unable to sleep, night after night, your body trembling from exhaustion, only to be told it wasn't insomnia. It was madness. Once inside, treatments varied wildly. There was the rest cure, made famous by Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell. You were confined to bed for weeks. No reading, no talking, no stimulation. You were fed broth and milk and left to drain your nervous system. It was meant to soothe, but often backfired spectacularly. One writer described it as a slow descent into waking paralysis. Then there was the moral treatment, where patients were expected to behave politely at all times. Sleep was encouraged, but only if you earned it with good behavior. Miss dinner? No cocoa. Cry too loudly? No blanket. And let's not forget the hydrotherapy wing. This was the Victorian love child of a spa and a prison. You'd be wrapped in wet sheets and left in a dark room, or placed in a warm bath for hours, sometimes days. One patient was left in a tub for 23 hours, with only brief breaks to eat soup and regret everything. Did it help? Rarely. Some patients did begin to sleep again, but many reported the sensation of being watched by sleep, unable to reach it, like a dream through glass. If that wasn't enough, there was the charming practice of sleep induction via opiates and alcohol. Laudanum, a mixture of alcohol and opium, was liberally prescribed, not just for pain, but for everything, especially sleeplessness. You'd be given a spoonful of amber liquid and told to close your eyes. Sometimes it worked. Sometimes it worked too well. One asylum doctor wrote, "When the mind cannot be calmed by reason, it must be subdued by tincture. The body must rest, even if the soul is delayed." Charming. It wasn't all horror, though. Some institutions genuinely tried. Patients were given private rooms with windows, bedtime music, quiet books. One hospital even offered what they called the dream chamber, a dark, curtained room with a feather bed, warm milk, and readings of Shakespeare until slumber arrived. But such kindness was rare. Because in the end, Victorians feared sleeplessness, not just for what it did, but for what it meant. A sleepless mind was unstable, untrustworthy. A person who didn't sleep might be harboring secrets, doubts, or worse, ideas. And so, the line between ordinary insomnia and something more sinister was always razor thin. One too many nights pacing the floor. You could be labeled. One letter to a doctor about your dreams, observed. A few nervous episodes at dinner, interviewed by your husband's physician friend with the unsettling sideburns. You lie back now and stare at the ceiling. The soft light makes the plaster look like clouds. You think about how different things are now, but also how some fears never really went away. We still dread sleeplessness. We still try everything. Melatonin, apps, rituals, desperate scrolls at 3 a.m. to wrest control back from the dark. We still wonder what it says about us when our minds refuse to switch off. Maybe the difference is we're not being carted off for it. At least, not literally. You close your eyes. Sleep still doesn't come. But at least, for now, no one's come knocking with a jar of laudanum and a judgmental frown. Section 11. The Midnight Prayer Cure. You're still in bed. The morning light has stopped pretending and is now full daylight, pouring in through the warped window pane like a judgmental relative. You haven't slept properly in. You're not sure how long. Time is soup. Your pillow has a dent the shape of your despair. The fire has gone out again, and the ashes are yawning. So what now? Well, if you were a devout Victorian, and let's be honest, almost everyone was, or at least said they were, there's one more cure left to try. Prayer. Not just a quick bedtime blessing, not a sleepy, "now I lay me down to sleep," but a full-on, soul-level spiritual combat session with your insomnia. Because in the 19th century, many believed that sleeplessness wasn't just a physical or emotional problem. It was a spiritual one. Tonight, or rather, this day after a sleepless night, we open the creaky door to the world of midnight prayer cures, confession sessions, and the unsettling belief that perhaps the reason you can't sleep is that you're carrying sin. You sit up in bed, wrap the shawl a little tighter, and reach for the small devotional book on your nightstand. It's probably daily meditations for nervous persons, or evening watchfulness, a guide for the troubled soul. Both real titles, by the way. Victorians believed that when the body could not rest, the spirit might be in unrest as well. Maybe it wasn't the cabbage soup. Maybe it wasn't the bedpan. Maybe it was you. And so began the practice of midnight repentance. You were encouraged to take stock of your conscience. Had you wronged someone? Had you spoken sharply to your maid? Had you harbored a secret vanity? Were you too fond of worldly entertainments? Because yes, enjoying a card game with sherry after dinner might doom your next 8 hours. Many prayer guides included entire sections titled things like "For Sleeplessness Induced by Moral Disquiet," or "Prayers in the Night for the Weary and Wretched." And they were not exactly light reading. Here's a real quote from an 1857 prayer book. "Lord, if it be thy will, release me from this wakeful prison. If not, teach me to suffer it with grateful resignation." Grateful resignation. Imagine being told not only to accept your insomnia, but to be thankful for it. A test, a refining fire, a gentle chastening of the soul. Historians still debate how much of this spiritual framing was pastoral care, and how much was moral control, because when everything is your fault, well, the doctor doesn't need to do much, does he? But to be fair, not all midnight prayers were guilt-drenched. Some were comforting, simple, a whisper into the void. The act of folding your hands, closing your eyes, and saying anything, even just "help," might have soothed a restless mind more than mustard footbaths or valerian-soaked doilies ever could. You imagine yourself now, whispering a prayer into the stillness, something not from a dusty book, but your own tired heart. "God, I'm so tired. I just want peace." And maybe, just maybe, that counts. Some prayer traditions included chanting psalms aloud, gently, repetitively. "He gives his beloved sleep" was a favorite. So was "In peace I will lie down and sleep. For you alone, O Lord, make me dwell in safety." Say it enough times, and it becomes like breathing, like a mantra wrapped in faith. Others took a more intense route. Certain evangelical circles viewed insomnia as a spiritual battle. They believed that night was when demons whispered, when temptation rose, when unresolved sin prowled the heart like a lion in slippers. One particularly unsettling tract warned readers that sleeplessness was often the gateway to moral decay, that each night spent pacing was a crack through which the enemy might slip. Lovely bedtime reading. And so, the cure was not chamomile tea. It was confession. Out loud. Alone. In the dark. You'd list your sins quietly, one by one. Ask forgiveness. And hope that grace would bring sleep in its arms. Of course, there were some unintended side effects. One woman reportedly confessed so vigorously and often that her husband became convinced she had a double life and hired a private investigator. She didn't. She was just really committed to being well rested. In the Catholic tradition, midnight vigils, staying awake to pray, were seen as holy offerings. Some people willingly gave up sleep to commune with God in the hush of night. But for others, the line blurred between devotion and desperation. You wonder, sitting there, whether any of that still lingers. That quiet feeling of guilt that comes in the small hours. That suspicion that maybe, just maybe, there's something inside you keeping the sleep out. Not caffeine, not noise, not screen time. Just wait. Of course, there's also something profoundly human about praying at night, about whispering hopes and apologies into the darkness and hoping someone's listening. And who knows? Maybe that prayer doesn't put you to sleep, but maybe it puts something in you to rest. So you lie back, eyes open, breathing even, no longer panicked, just present, not asleep. But I'm not afraid anymore. Section 12. All night walks in fog. The prayer didn't summon sleep, but it softened the room. The silence feels less sharp now, less like a punishment, and more like a pause. Your mind, still stubbornly alert, is no longer darting like a trapped bird, but floating like dust in a sunbeam. And that's something. You sit on the edge of the bed. Your knees crack. Your hair is sticking out like an 1860s haystack. You've wrapped your shawl around yourself so many times, you now resemble a particularly dramatic sofa. You've tried everything indoors. Time to go outside. Yes, tonight, or this early sliver of morning, depending on your preference for despair, we join the ranks of Victorian insomniacs who took to the streets when sleep wouldn't come. That's right. The midnight constitutional, the fog walk, the 3 a.m. trudge through fog-soaked cobblestones in hopes of boring yourself to sleep. And it wasn't even considered that weird. Doctors often prescribed light exercise to treat what they called over-agitated nerves, and what we now might call racing thoughts and the existential dread of having a brain. But for Victorians, this meant a deliberate walk, quiet, slow, often alone, and yes, often in the fog. Because if you lived in London, Manchester, or anywhere with a respectable amount of coal in the air, night fog was not rare. It clung to gas lamps, slithered along gutters, and made every figure in the distance look like either a ghost or your second cousin Jeremy. Picture it. You step out in slippers and a cloak, clutching a small lantern or candle in a jar. The air is damp enough to curl your eyelashes. The sky overhead is soup. The cobbles are slick. And all around you, the city breathes. You are not alone. There are others out here too. Other insomniacs, other wanderers. Sometimes you see them from afar. Another cloaked figure, pausing under a lamp, maybe sitting on a stoop, maybe whispering something to the fog. You nod. They nod. It's an unspoken club. There's a reason so many Victorian novels include scenes of their protagonists wandering London at odd hours. Charles Dickens himself was a chronic insomniac and known to walk the city at night for miles, simply to soothe his brain. He once claimed that he knew the city's shadows better than its daylight. That's either poetic or deeply concerning. Possibly both. Historians still debate whether this walking habit was therapeutic or just a socially acceptable way to process an impending mental collapse. But either way, it caught on. Walking in fog became a cure, not just for sleeplessness, but for heartbreak, for the nerves, for grief. You'd wrap up, tie your bonnet tight, and walk slow loops around your neighborhood. One doctor even recommended fog walking as a way to draw the mind out of its confining spiral and into the anonymity of the mist. That's a fancy way of saying, get out of your own head. There was also a belief that fog absorbed thoughts, that you could breathe into it. Exhale your worries, your regrets, and they disappear into the swirling air like ghosts finding their way home. It sounds ridiculous, but also kind of beautiful. Of course, it wasn't all dreamy fog and introspection. There were dangers, loose cobbles, pickpockets, overly enthusiastic lamplighters, and rats. So many rats. Some households employed catwalkers, young boys who paraded cats around the streets to keep vermin at bay. You might pass them during your insomnia loop, tiny silhouettes dragging sleepy tabbies on bits of twine, both of you side-eyeing each other like members of the nocturnal elite. There was also the night soil cart to dodge, those lovely early morning wagons collecting chamber pots, a definite mood killer. But if you timed it right, if you went out when the city was truly still, between 3 and 5, you could almost believe you were the only one left alive. The streets belonged to you. The fog wrapped you in its arms. The silence was yours to shape. And maybe that's what made it work. Not the movement, not the air, but the ritual. The stepping away from the house, from the bed, from the shame of trying and failing to sleep. Outside, you weren't failing. You were walking. That's noble, purposeful, romantic, even. You pause now, in front of your own imaginary townhouse. The iron gate squeaks. The front steps feel steeper than usual. You hold your shawl tight under your chin and stare into the fog. You take one step, then another. And now you're part of the old tradition, the secret parade of the sleepless, roaming the streets in quiet agreement, trying to lull their minds into stillness, one footstep at a time. The air smells of soot and roses. You pass a bakery starting its ovens. You hear the hiss of a distant gaslight. The fog parts a little, and you imagine you see Dickens himself, striding ahead in a top hat and sleep-deprived scowl. You won't walk far, just a few blocks, just enough to shake loose the tangle in your chest. And when you come home, whether sleep follows you in or not, you'll know. You tried. And not just with footbaths and prayer. You met the night on your terms. You walked with your insomnia instead of hiding from it. And maybe that, in the end, is its own kind of peace. Section 13. Opium Dreams and Laudanum Nights. You're back home now. The walk didn't cure your insomnia, but it made the silence feel a little kinder. The air on your face did something. Your thoughts feel a little looser now, less like a traffic jam, and more like a very slow parade. You re-enter the house on quiet feet, your shawl damp from fog, and your fingers tingling with cold. And yet, still awake. The room is lighter now, not golden, not bright, but that subtle, silvery light that means the rest of the city is stretching, yawning, waking up, while you never quite made it to sleep. You sit back down at your little bedside table. You stare at the candle stub, the now stiff sachet, the teacup still faintly scented with boiled lettuce. You've tried herbs, prayer, pacing, heat, cold, and submission. It might be time to go nuclear. Tonight, friend, we delve into one of the most dramatic and widespread Victorian solutions to sleep that was never really a solution at all. Opium. Or, to To be precise, laudanum. If you've ever read a 19th century novel and thought, wow, these people sure like fainting dramatically and sipping things from tiny bottles, you've already met laudanum. It was the go-to sedative, prescribed for everything from coughs to cramps to existential crises to, yes, insomnia. And it worked, sort of, until it didn't. Let's unpack that. Laudanum was a tincture of opium dissolved in alcohol, usually about 10% opium by volume. That may not sound like much, but don't let it fool you. Opium in this form was shockingly potent. Just a few drops could quiet a cough. A teaspoon could knock you out cold, a little more than that. Well, we won't go there. This is a bedtime story, after all. Originally introduced in the 17th century, laudanum exploded in popularity during the 1800s. By mid-century, it was as common in medicine cabinets as aspirin is today. And yes, it was completely legal. You could stroll into your local chemist and purchase a bottle. No prescription, no questions. Many shops even offered it flavored, peppermint, cherry, or anise. One brand labeled it Night Calm. Another went by Mother's Little Helper, which frankly tells you everything you need to know. People used it for headaches, for nerves, for toothaches, for babies with colic. Yes, really. And especially for sleeplessness. Imagine this. You've tried everything else. You're shaking from exhaustion. You haven't had a good night's sleep in days, maybe weeks. So you pour yourself a little spoonful of syrupy amber liquid. It smells faintly sweet and slightly wrong. You drink, and within 10 minutes, the edges of the world start to blur. The noise in your head dims. The clock stops ticking so loudly. Your limbs feel heavy in that delicious end-of-yoga class way. The thoughts still come, but they float now. Gentle, untethered. You're not exactly asleep, but you're not quite awake either. This was the laudanum dream. A slow descent into syrupy stillness. But here's the dark undercurrent. It didn't solve insomnia. It just sedated it. And sedation, as Victorians eventually learned, came with a price. Historians still argue whether addiction was recognized early on or just politely ignored. But by the 1870s, people were starting to notice that many of the same patients requesting more laudanum for sleeplessness were acting odd. Slurred speech, forgetfulness, anxiety, strange dreams, withdrawal when they tried to stop. Still, the cultural love affair with opium held strong. Poets wrote odes to it. Painters swore by it. Doctors dismissed concerns with a wave of their monocled hands. And everyone knew someone who used it to sleep. The most haunting part? It was especially popular among women. A nervous woman was practically expected to have a laudanum bottle in her purse. Whether she was anxious, grieving, overwhelmed by motherhood, or simply unable to rest, a drop or two took the edge off. One diary from 1862 casually notes, "Could not sleep, took 15 drops, dreamed of lilies and Charles again." Charles is never explained. And if laudanum wasn't your speed, there were other options. Godfrey's cordial, Dover's powder, chlorodyne, all popular mixtures of opium and something else, often alcohol, chloroform, or morphine. They were marketed with elegant fonts and floral labels. They looked like perfume. They were sold as genteel solutions for life's noisier moments. By the end of the century, though, the side effects were too visible to ignore. Stories began to leak. Quiet tragedies, overdoses, forgotten babies, women lost in fogs of sleeplessness, and syrup. Legislation came slowly. Doctors still prescribed it, but with more care. Chemists began labeling the bottles with warnings. Too little, too late. And even now, the image lingers. The solitary figure by the firelight, sipping from a tiny glass bottle, whispering, "Just a few drops. Just tonight." You don't reach for the bottle. You don't even have one. But the idea is there, pressed into the wallpaper of history, like so many other insomnia relics. Because when sleep becomes that elusive, when your entire world shrinks to the space between your ears and that uncooperative pillow, you start to understand why people chased oblivion in bottles. You lie back. Your room is bright now. Birds are full-throated. The day is officially here. But you close your eyes anyway. Because maybe, not by prayer, not by potions, not by pacing or fog, you might fall asleep for real, eventually. Section 14. Mesmerism and Other Magic Tricks. The day has truly arrived now. Not just the soft blur of early morning, but actual sunlight, bright and unbothered, pouring through your curtains like it owns the place. Somewhere, a milk cart rattles by. Children are laughing 2 doors down. A street organ is playing something that might be cheerful, but it sounds like a personal attack. You, of course, are still awake, but you're not giving up. Not yet. You've tried prayer. You've walked in the fog. You've resisted the siren call of laudanum. So what now? Well, how about a little magic? Tonight, still technically today, we enter the mesmerizing, mysterious, and often wildly suspect world of mesmerism, magnetism, and the rise of hypnotic sleep cures. Yes, that's right. It's time to let someone wave a pocket watch in front of your face and hope your brain takes the hint. Let's rewind. In the late 18th century, Franz Anton Mesmer, a Viennese physician with a flair for the dramatic, introduced a theory called animal magnetism. He claimed that a subtle, invisible force flowed through all living things, and that illnesses, including insomnia, were caused by imbalances in this magnetic flow. To correct it, Mesmer would wave magnets, or sometimes just his hands, over patients in elaborate sessions involving music, candles, and often a great deal of swooning. It was half medicine, half theater, and 100% weird. Though Mesmer himself fell out of fashion and into scandal, his ideas took root. By the Victorian era, mesmerism was everywhere, and it wasn't just for headaches or heartbreaks. It was also a popular cure for sleeplessness. You'd lie on a fainting couch, because of course there was a fainting couch, and a mesmerist would sit beside you, slowly moving their hands over your body, sometimes without touching, sometimes tracing invisible lines down your arms and neck. The goal was to entrain your nervous system into stillness, to lull your brain into a state of such deep calm it would slip into sleep, or at least into a trance-like daze that felt like sleep, which, let's be honest, would be an upgrade. One mesmerist wrote, "In my hands, the patient's mind softens, drifts, floats downward, as a leaf upon a stream. Their pulse calms, their breath slows. They enter the gentle night. Poetic. And maybe, if you'd been awake for 36 hours, compelling. Victorians were fascinated by the idea that someone else could control sleep, could bypass your stubborn thoughts and flip the switch for you. Hypnotists, as they later came to be called, promised to do just that. You didn't even have to believe in it. Many sessions included a disclaimer. Even the skeptical mind may yield, provided the body remains at rest, which is just Victorian for lie down, shut up, and let me Jedi mind trick you. But it wasn't all stagecraft. Some sessions were held in clinics, others in drawing rooms. The wealthier you were, the more likely you had a mesmerist on call, or at least a friend who fancied themselves one after reading a pamphlet. And it wasn't just doctors or spiritualists. Clergy got in on it too. Certain religious sects combined mesmerism with prayer, calling it a gift of javed stillness. The patient would be instructed to think holy thoughts while the mesmerist slowly guided them into repose. Did it work? Maybe. Sometimes. Historians still argue whether these trances were genuine or simply elaborate naps disguised as therapy. But some patients swore by it. One woman claimed she had not slept more than 2 hours in a week, until a mesmerist placed a hand near her forehead and said, "Rest now, child." She was out cold in under 3 minutes. Sounds ideal. Of course, there were critics. Some doctors denounced mesmerism as pure fantasy, a dangerous distraction from proper medical care. Others feared its moral implications. What if someone was mesmerized into doing something unladylike? Or French? Yes, that was an actual concern. And, predictably, it got weirder. Some mesmerists claimed they could transfer sleep, that by entering a trance themselves, they could induce sleep in others nearby. One particularly confident man insisted he could lull an entire dinner party into slumber just by staring at the soup tureen with intent. We regret to inform you, this claim was not substantiated. Others took it further into the occult. Sleep wasn't just sleep. It was a gateway, a passage to the spirit realm. Certain mediums began incorporating hypnosis into seances, believing that the trance state opened the veil between worlds. You might go in seeking sleep and come out with a ghostly roommate. You shiver a little now, thinking of that. But honestly, at this point, you'd let a ghost tuck you in if it meant 40 minutes of uninterrupted rest. You close your eyes and imagine it. A velvet-draped room. The faint smell of rose water and paraffin. A voice in the dark, calm, soothing, slightly theatrical, saying, "With each breath, you drift deeper, deeper." Your limbs feel heavy. Your thoughts grow quiet. For a moment, it's working. And then, clank. Something crashes in the alley outside. Likely a cat knocking over a coal bucket in a burst of unholy glee. Your eyes snap open. So much for trance. You sigh. It's not hopeless, though, because even though no mesmerist is coming today, there's something to the idea. The ritual, the stillness, the surrender. You lie back again. One hand rests on your chest. The other dangles just over the side of the bed, like you're waiting for someone, anyone, to reach out and press pause on your mind. You close your eyes, and in the echo of silence left behind by that imaginary voice, you tell yourself, sleep is coming. Maybe not now, but soon. You believe it. A little, or at least, you believe enough to try again. Section 15. Heavy curtains and feather beds. It's been nearly 2 days now. Not of consciousness exactly. There were some vague, squishy moments where you might have nodded off, but of real, satisfying, soul-hugging sleep? Not a chance. You're floating through your own home like a very polite ghost, knocking into furniture and trying to remember how verbs work. You're running on chamomile fumes and pure Victorian spite. So maybe it's time to stop fighting and lean into comfort. Because tonight, let's say tonight, out of optimism, we're not chasing miracle cures or spiritual warfare. We're building a nest. Welcome to the wonderful, overstuffed, over-decorated world of Victorian bedrooms. A place where insomnia was battled not just with strange remedies, but with curtains, cushions, and feather-stuffed everything. Let's begin with your bed. If you were lucky, read upper middle class with a flair for overbuying, your bed wasn't just a bed, it was a monument. 4 massive wooden posts, heavy drapery all around. Velvet, if you were dramatic. Calico, or toile, if you were tasteful. Inside that curtained cube, a stack of sleeping surfaces that would make a modern mattress cry. First came the bed frame, usually wood, occasionally iron, which squeaked like a scandal in the making. Then the mattress, often horsehair or straw or wool or a combination thereof. Sometimes there was a second mattress called a topper for extra fluff. Then came the bolsters, giant body-length pillows that felt like hugging a sea cucumber. Then your actual pillows, which were probably feather-stuffed, flat in the middle, and prone to slow deflation mid-night. And then the layers. Victorian beds were not subtle. There were sheets, linen or cotton, followed by a counterpane, a thin quilt, then an eiderdown, a heavier feather quilt, and possibly a coverlet on top of that. All this was designed to weigh you down. Literally, the idea was that a heavier blanket would soothe the nervous system. Modern science would call this a weighted blanket. Victorians called it not dying of a draft. And let's not forget the bed curtains. Those thick panels weren't just decorative. They kept out cold air, morning light, and, according to one deeply suspicious aunt, wandering moths that enter the nostrils in search of mischief. We don't have a footnote for that. We just really hope she was wrong. Your bed, then, became your fortress, a padded refuge from a world full of coal soot, family expectations, and the constant threat of catching something that ends in pox. You didn't just lie in bed. You burrowed. You arranged your pillows just so. You might even warm the sheets with a bed warmer. A long-handled pan filled with embers slipped between the sheets and waved around like you were conducting a very flammable orchestra. Then you'd climb in, slowly, like entering a cathedral, and just wait, because all the comfort in the world didn't guarantee sleep. Which is why, in addition to the architecture of coziness, you had the bedtime rituals. You'd brush your hair, comb your beard, remove your brooch or tie pin, fold your day's emotions neatly into a drawer beside your corset or cravat. You might read, but only the right books. A chapter of Pilgrim's Progress. a page from the Book of Common Prayer, a few lines from a botanical field guide, just for spice. You might sip a warm beverage, but again, nothing sinful. Weak tea, warm barley water, or your Aunt Edna's soothing milk punch, which was mostly brandy in disguise. And then you'd settle. The room would be silent, the fire dying, the air slightly too cold, the eiderdown heavy on your chest. And still, no sleep. So you'd fidget. You'd refluff the pillows, rearrange the quilts, tug the curtains closed a little tighter. You might even inspect the underside of the bed for moral clarity. This might sound futile. It was. But it also wasn't. Because these rituals weren't really about sleep. They were about creating a space where sleep could happen. Eventually. Maybe. Hopefully. If the universe was feeling kind. And sometimes it worked. Sometimes the weight of the bedding, the hush of the room, the smell of beeswax and lavender in the linens, it was enough. Your mind would unclench. Your breath would slow. Your thoughts would soften like a well-worn feather pillow. You'd drift. And sure, the cat would probably meow outside the door, or the clock would chime, or a distant neighbor would practice the cornet at midnight. True story, by the way. But for a moment, just a moment, you'd almost be asleep. Back in your own room, in the 21st century, or somewhere lost in historical imagination, you pull the covers tighter, rearrange the pillow, tuck your feet under the blanket in a little V-shaped pocket of warmth. You breathe in, slowly, deeply. Your room is quiet. You're still awake, but you're wrapped in something so. And sometimes that's enough. Because if you can't sleep, at least you can be pretty. And that's the first step toward dreaming. Section 16. Clockwork and caffeine withdrawal. You are now officially the most well-insulated insomniac in Victorian history. Your fortress of feather pillows and wool blankets holds firm. You are swaddled in the same number of layers as a Victorian carriage in January. You've brushed your hair, fluffed your pillows, refluffed them, reconsidered everything. And now you're lying there like a deeply confused croissant, still awake. You wonder, maybe it's not me. Maybe it's society. And honestly, you'd be right. Because tonight, still part of this relentless, beautiful spiral of historical sleep-seeking, we're going to zoom out. No more lettuce. No more opium. No more hoping your pillow hears your internal monologue and just gets it. Tonight, we ask, what if sleep broke because the entire world changed and nobody noticed? Welcome to the age of clocks. Welcome to factory time. Let's rewind. For centuries, people lived by natural time. Sunrise, sunset, seasons, meals, roosters, and the occasional church bell. You slept when it got dark. You woke when it got light. And sure, there were disruptions. A new baby, a storm, that time the hay caught fire. But on the whole, sleep was flexible. It came in phases, segments, a few hours here, a few hours there. And then came the Industrial Revolution, the great, smoky, steam-powered remix of everything. Machines needed workers. Workers needed schedules. Schedules needed clocks. And suddenly, time wasn't a suggestion. It was a command. Factories ran on shifts. Trains ran on timetables. Shops opened and closed at precise hours. Everything had to be synchronized, including sleep. Historians still argue whether this is when 8 hours of uninterrupted sleep became the gold standard, or if it was simply the dream of bosses who wanted alert workers and churches who wanted docile congregants. But one thing is certain: people started sleeping differently. Segmented sleep, where you'd sleep for a few hours after sunset, wake up in the middle of the night to think, pray, snack, or just vibe, then go back to sleep before dawn, started to seem inefficient, messy, lazy. You were expected to go to bed promptly, sleep deeply, rise promptly, be on time. If you couldn't, that was a you problem. And so, the internal panic clock was born. Picture it. You're lying in bed, not sleeping, and you know you need to be up by 6:30. Because if you're late, the factory bell will ring without you. Or your shop doors will open to no one. Or your maid will think you've taken ill and start brewing beef broth. And now you've got a whole situation. You start doing math. If I fall asleep now, I'll get 5 hours. That's fine. 5 is fine. If I fall asleep in the next 20 minutes, I'll get 4.5. Okay, if I'm still awake at 3:30, I'll just power through the day. People do that. Soldiers do that. I'm basically a soldier. A sleepy, wool-covered soldier. It becomes less about rest and more about performance. Your body's not on nature's time anymore. It's on factory time. Wake-up whistles, lunch breaks, punch cards, productivity reports, even night changes. Gaslight, and later, electricity, mean you can work longer, party longer, think longer, worry longer. Everything stretches. Bedtime moves later. Mornings stay fixed. And in that shrinking window, your insomnia thrives. By the mid-1800s, advice manuals start getting real intense about bedtime efficiency. Here's one from 1859. To waste hours of the night in idle reverie is to rob the day of its vigor. Let no man indulge the midnight habit. Darkness is for sleep. Light is for labor. Sounds relaxing, right? The ticking of clocks becomes a common anxiety metaphor. In novels, in sermons, in letters from people who clearly need a nap. The idea that you are constantly being timed, judged not just for what you do during the day, but for how well you sleep at night. A bad sleeper becomes untrustworthy, disorganized, weak, possibly a little French. Yes, there was xenophobia involved. No surprise there. And for women, the expectations were even tighter. A good Victorian lady didn't just wake up on time. She did so gracefully. She rose without complaint, maintained her complexion, didn't yawn, didn't nap, didn't admit to being tired. To be tired was to be frayed. To be frayed was to be inefficient. To be inefficient was to be useless to the empire. And that simply would not do. So what do you do now, with all this ticking in your head? You sit up. You listen to the clock on the mantel. The steady tick, tick, tick. It's not judging you. It's just doing its thing. But it's there, counting every second you're not asleep. You could smash it. Don't. You could wind it backward. Tempting. You could muffle it with a sock. This is historically accurate. People actually did this. Or you could take back the time. You could remind yourself that rest isn't just about sleep. It's about letting go of the schedule, the pressure, the invisible productivity boss in your brain. You lie back. The clock keeps ticking. But you imagine it differently now. Not a countdown, a lullaby. You drift, not into sleep, but into something adjacent. A liminal space between rebellion and peace, between history and now. You don't have to clock in. Not tonight. Section 17. Victorians and napping. Shame. You're not asleep, but something has changed. The ticking of the clock now sounds more like waves than knives. The pressure has lifted just enough for you to blink slowly, without guilt. You're still cocooned in blankets. Your limbs feel heavier. Your thoughts, mercifully, have stopped trying to organize a town council in your head. You are still, you guessed it, awake. But at least you're no longer fighting. And that, in Victorian society, might mean you're morally back on track. Because tonight, we're cracking open one of the lesser-known but deeply absurd chapters in the Book of Sleep Anxiety, The Shame of Napping. That's right. In a world that practically invented weird bedtime cures, Victorians had strong opinions about daytime sleep. Specifically, you weren't supposed to do it. Let's start with the basics. In the modern world, a nap is a luxury, a treat, something you schedule between emails or long afternoon meetings, or right after Sunday lunch while pretending to read. But in Victorian times, it was considered, brace yourself, lazy. There was a strict hierarchy of sleep. Night sleep was noble, moral, structured. Daytime sleep was indulgent, dangerous, and worst of all, foreign. Yes, napping was often associated with Southern Europeans, Italians, Spaniards, people who took siestas. And that, in the extremely uptight minds of many Victorians, meant it was suspicious behavior. A mid-19th century essay in the English Temperance Review argued, "He who requires sleep in daylight hours is either sick in body or weak in character. Such indulgence befits neither the Englishman nor the Christian." Okay, sir. Deep breath. Historians still argue whether this stigma against naps came from industrialization, Protestant work ethic, extremism, or just garden variety overcompensation. Probably all three. Either way, the message was clear. You should not be tired during the day. If you were, something was wrong. With your lifestyle, your diet, your soul, or possibly your shoes. Which meant that people who couldn't sleep at night often faced a brutal daytime dilemma. Admit they were tired, take a nap, and risk social judgment, or stay awake, bleary-eyed and cranky, and uphold their moral reputation. Guess which one they picked? Yep, they stayed awake, powered through, drank beef tea or bitter tonics, walked in circles, read stern newspapers, did embroidery until their wrists screamed. And if they did nap, they hid it. Some even lied in their diaries. One woman wrote, "Felt tired after breakfast, rested eyes in the parlor for 25 minutes, but did not sleep." Girl, you absolutely slept. But let's not blame them too harshly. The pressure was real. Napping was pathologized. Some medical books treated it as a warning sign for deeper disorders, nervous prostration, incipient melancholy, or the ever-ominous female malaise. There was even a belief that napping could disrupt your nighttime rhythm, making it harder to sleep later. Because, of course, if you slept during the day, it meant you weren't working hard enough. And now you'd ruined your precious 8 hours of sanctioned Victorian unconsciousness. So you see, insomniacs were caught in a no-win loop. Can't sleep at night? Punished by fatigue. Try to nap. Punished by shame. Stay awake. Punished by existing. It wasn't all grim, though. A few rogue thinkers defended the nap. Medical reformers, poets, and sleep renegades, that's our term, not theirs, began to suggest that maybe, just maybe, a short rest in the afternoon could be beneficial, especially for the elderly, or scholars, or those afflicted with brain fog, a delightful term we might bring back. One essayist wrote, "A brief recline in the drawing room, eyes closed, mind blank, may restore what 12 hours of tossing cannot." That's basically a TED Talk by Victorian standards. Still, the stigma held. Men who napped were called soft. Women who napped were called delicate. Children who napped were, well, children, which was fine, until the age of about 6, when they were expected to begin contributing to society in some meaningful and upright way. So if you had to nap, you kept it secret. You might curl up in a chaise longue behind a screen, or pretend you were just meditating, or say something dramatic, like, "I shall retire for a spell of stillness," and hope no one asked follow-up questions. Even furniture design joined the game. Enter the fainting couch. Not just a fashionable seat, but a strategic compromise. You weren't napping. You were reclining. You weren't asleep. You were simply reclaiming your feminine health through elegant horizontality. You could nap if you had to, but you had to pretend you weren't. Back in your own bed, still unslept, still determined, you consider your options. Maybe you will nap later, out in the sun, on a blanket, with a book conveniently draped over your face as an alibi. Maybe you'll reclaim the nap as a sacred, rebellious ritual, an act of defiance against 200 years of rigid sleep propaganda. Or maybe, just maybe, if you lie still long enough now, with the birds chirping and the clock politely ignoring you, you won't need it. You close your eyes, not to sleep, just to rest. But if you do nap, I won't tell. Section 18. Insomnia and the Anxious Empire. You don't nap. You almost nap, which is worse. You hover at that strange precipice, the dreamy middle place where your body goes limp and your mind starts playing blurry, disjointed highlight reels of your 8th birthday party, a Roman aqueduct, and your neighbor's pigeon. But just as the final thread snaps and sleep should carry you under, someone knocks over a coal bucket. You are dragged back into consciousness like a soggy biscuit being reeled in by string. And now you're awake again. So instead of fighting it, you sit up. Because it's time to talk about one of the most subtle but potent forces that kept countless Victorians from ever finding peace beneath their eiderdowns: empire anxiety. Yes, tonight's sleep sabotage comes courtesy of colonial guilt, generational pressure, and the heavy grinding gears of a rapidly expanding British Empire. Let's set the scene. It's the late 1800s. Britain rules roughly 1/4 of the planet. There are maps being published with great sweeping pink splotches and proud headings like "The sun never sets on the British Empire." On paper, it all looks very triumphant. But under the covers, people aren't sleeping. Because with empire came expectations. And not just for soldiers and politicians. Everyone was caught in its web. The businessman in Manchester, the postmistress in Devon, the vicar's wife in Bath, The teenage boy being told he was destined for greatness, or at least colonial administration. The pressure was immense. You were expected to be useful, moral, productive. You had to uphold British values at home and abroad, even if you never left your village. You couldn't just be a sleepy farmer with dreams of a 3-hour nap and a cheese sandwich. You were now part of a machine, a system, a civilizing force, and you'd better act like it. And acting like it meant waking early, sleeping efficiently, not indulging in softness like naps or feelings, and above all, never showing weakness. Sleep, once a natural part of life, became another battleground in the war for identity. You were taught that a strong person controlled their sleep, that dreams should be orderly, that nightmares were signs of hidden moral rot, that restlessness meant something was unresolved, and you'd better fix it before your soul leaked out your ears and embarrassed the Queen. This wasn't just personal pressure. It was cultural programming. The rise of imperial literature, novels, pamphlets, sermons, reinforced the image of the tireless Brit. The man who worked 14-hour days, led expeditions into mosquito-infested swamps, and slept standing up if he had to. He was noble, stoic, unbothered by things like REM cycles or self-doubt. Women had their own empire role, the domestic angel, the pure, sleep-efficient wife and mother who trained future empire builders, managed the home front, and absolutely did not fall apart from stress-induced insomnia. Thank you very much. Historians still debate whether the Victorians actually slept less than previous generations, or whether they just felt worse about not sleeping. Because now, if you couldn't sleep, it wasn't just inconvenient. It was shameful, a sign that you were crumbling under pressure, that your nerves were too weak for civilization. Enter the endless stream of doctors, clergy, and opinionated relatives offering solutions. You need more discipline. You should exercise until your mind is quiet. Read your Bible. Drink cold water until the demons of fatigue are drowned. Spoiler, that one did not work. Others recommended travel. Restorative journeys. Nothing says relax like a 2-month steamship voyage to India, surrounded by malaria and the intense internal pressure to represent the empire in your sleeping habits. Let's pause and appreciate the absurdity of it all. Because if you boil it down, Victorians were being told, sleep is crucial, but also don't need too much of it. And if you do, keep it quiet. And whatever you do, don't let your neighbors think you're not sleeping well, or they'll assume you're French. And still, people cracked. You'll find it in diaries, letters, hidden in the lines of overly formal novels. The exhaustion, the doubts, the gentle breakdowns. One barrister wrote, "My dreams are full of dust and clocks. I rise, perform my duties, and feel as though I have never quite returned to my body. I envy the farm boy who sleeps with the pigs." Same. But sometimes rebellion crept in. Some people stopped pretending. They embraced their sleeplessness as a kind of protest, a refusal to be tamed by clocks and empire. Artists, poets, quiet revolutionaries in nightgowns. They took long naps. They stayed up late writing strange poems. They felt things deeply. They didn't fall asleep on time, and they stopped apologizing. Which brings us back to you. still in bed, still not sleeping. But now, somehow, it doesn't feel like failure. It feels like a pause, a whisper between the noise. You are not broken. You are not behind schedule. You are not disappointing the queen. You're just here, in the quiet. Section 19. Reading Dickens at 2 a.m. The silence has texture now. It's not the silence of failure, or desperation, or ticking clocks trying to shame you into being a productive member of the British Empire. It's just quiet, honest. Like the kind of quiet you'd find in an old bookstore at 3:00 p.m. on a rainy Tuesday. You're not asleep, but you've stopped trying, which is a strange relief. So what do you do with your brain now? Well, if you were a Victorian insomniac, and you very much are in spirit, you might reach for a book. Not just any book. Not your sleep manual. Not the pamphlet on proper pillow posture. Not your aunt's terrifying prayer journal. No. Tonight, we crack open something with real weight. Dickens. Yes. Tonight, we talk about reading at 2:00 a.m. and how literature became both a balm and a curse for the sleepless of the 19th century. Let's begin with the obvious. Reading in bed was not universally approved. In fact, many Victorian sleep guides advised against it entirely. Reading at night was thought to stir the imagination, agitate the heart, and cause mental overheating, which is a fun way to describe reading A Tale of Two Cities under the covers while waiting for your brain to power down. But despite the warnings, people did it. Constantly. You see, books were the quiet companion to the sleepless. In a world with no smartphones, no streaming platforms, no overnight delivery of anti-anxiety plushies shaped like sea otters, books were the only thing that felt alive when your mind refused to switch off. And Victorians had a lot of books to choose from. Let's talk about what they read when sleep wouldn't come. Some opted for the slow, moralistic tomes, The Pilgrim's Progress, The Imitation of Christ, Meditations for the Melancholy Soul. Yikes! These were meant to calm the spirit. They usually induced sleep by sheer density. Nothing like a 20-page description of a metaphorical ladder to exhaust your neurons. Others turned to religious texts, especially the Psalms. There was something reassuring about reading words that acknowledged insomnia directly. I am weary with my groaning. All night, I flood my bed with weeping. You know, light reading. But many went straight to the novels. The big, sweeping, character-rich behemoths that defined the Victorian literary age. Charles Dickens was a favorite. His stories were long, winding, and often deeply weird. Ideal for the semi-delirious, late-night reader. You could dip into Bleak House, lose yourself for a chapter, then forget who anyone was, and reread it again an hour later without guilt. There's even a rumor, unconfirmed but charming, that Dickens designed some of his novels with the insomniac reader in mind. Long chapters, rich internal monologues, descriptions that go on for pages. Sleep-inducing? Maybe. Immersive? Definitely. Other popular picks included Wilkie Collins, for the insomniac who liked a little mystery with their midnight cocoa. George Eliot, for those who wanted intellectual stimulation and emotional collapse. Mrs. Gaskell, the gentle queen of quiet suffering and socially acceptable crying. Historians still debate whether nighttime reading actually helped people sleep, or simply gave them something to do while they waited. Because here's the thing, sleeplessness is lonely, especially at night, especially when everyone else is dreaming of pastoral scenes, and you're sitting in a dimly lit bedroom trying to remember whether Miss Havisham ever changes her clothes. Reading, then, became an act of resistance, a declaration. I am awake, and I will not just lie here blinking into the void. In fact, some Victorians created entire reading rituals for their insomnia. They'd select a particular book, read the same section over and over, not for plot, not for drama, but for rhythm. The cadence of the sentences, the predictability, the feeling of safety in a well-known paragraph. One woman wrote that she read the opening pages of Cranford every night for 10 years, not because she couldn't finish it, but because starting it made her feel as though I am being gently tucked in by the author herself. That's kind of beautiful. Of course, not everyone was so noble. Some snuck in naughtier fare, French romances, Gothic horror, or those mysterious books from the back shelves that no one talked about, but everyone knew existed. These weren't meant to induce sleep. They were meant to pass the time in a much more thrilling, slightly scandalous way. But eventually, even the most gripping story would start to fade. The eyes would blur. The paragraphs would stretch. The characters would mumble. And then, sleep. Not because the book worked as a sedative, but because reading gave your brain something to hold while your body remembered what to do. Back in your own room, you turn over a pillow that has somehow become warm again, despite your very clear instructions. You reach for a book, not because you expect it to fix anything, but because it's nice to feel words in your hands. You read a page, then another, then maybe, just maybe, your eyelids get heavy. Section 20, Midnight Snacks. You wake up with the book still open on your chest. You're not sure when it happened, or how long you were out. It could have been 5 minutes, or 50. But your jaw is slack, your limbs feel warm and strange, and there's that one glorious, golden moment of confusion, where you don't remember what day it is, or why you were ever stressed about sleep in the first place. And then your brain catches up. Ah yes, insomnia, still here. But hey, progress is progress. You mark your page, close the book, and lie back. You're tired now, not the caffeinated, anxious kind of tired that feels like an internal stampede, but the soft, blurry kind that feels like your body might finally surrender. So of course, it's the perfect time for your brain to yell, what if it's your mattress? Welcome to another classic Victorian spiral. The anxious obsession with bed technology. Because if you're not sleeping, it must be the equipment, right? Let's dig in. The 19th century saw an absolute explosion in the science of sleep surfaces. You think we're picky today, with our memory foam and ergonomic bamboo thread counts? Victorians were obsessed with what they were lying on, and they had options. So, many options. Let's start at the base, the bedstead. A well-made Victorian bedstead could weigh as much as a small horse. Wood was common, oak, mahogany, walnut, polished to a blinding sheen. But iron beds? Those were the modern choice. Durable, sanitary, less likely to harbor bugs, moths, or night vapors which sound spooky, and were probably just damp socks and overactive imagination. Next, the mattress. Horsehair was the gold standard, stiff at first, but supposedly adjusted to your body over time, like breaking in a pair of boots, except for your spine. Some were filled with wool or cotton. The fancier ones had multiple tufts stitched in by hand. And if you had real money, you could get a spring mattress. That's right, springs. They were new and controversial. Some people loved the bounce. Others said it agitated the liver. Because of course they did. Historians still argue whether these early spring mattresses improved sleep or simply made you feel like a gentle accordion. But either way, they marked the beginning of a new kind of sleep anxiety, the consumerist kind. Now you had to worry if your bed was good enough. Doctors began publishing pamphlets about correct spinal alignment and oxygen circulation beneath the sleeper. Newspaper ads claimed their mattresses could cure melancholy, marital discontent, and even gout. Imagine being awake at 3 o'clock a.m., staring at the ceiling, and thinking, maybe if I'd paid for the camel hair blend? Even pillows weren't safe. Feather pillows were the standard, but they had their issues. They flattened. They got hot. They occasionally emitted a faint chicken smell that, once noticed, could not be forgotten. Alternatives sprang up. kapok, cotton wadding, hollow reeds. Each promised to cradle your head just right. Each had its devotees. And blankets? That was a whole other war. Too light, and you'd catch a chill. Too heavy, and you'd crush your lungs. Wool was ideal, but only if it had been properly brushed and folded along the grain, a term invented by blanket salesmen, we suspect. Some people layered 5 or 6 at once, creating what one writer described as a tomb of warmth from which I daily resurrect. What you wore mattered, too. Night clothes were usually loose cotton or flannel. Men's nightshirts were knee-length, belted, and highly undignified. Women's nightgowns often looked like haunted lace tablecloths with sleeves. And then there were nightcaps. Not the drink, we'll get to that, but the literal cloth hats people wore to bed. These were essential. They kept in body heat. They prevented ear drafts, and they made everyone look like they'd wandered off the set of A Christmas Carol. There were even debates about sock wearing. Some said yes, some said never. Some argued that warm feet made for weak morals. Others knit special sleeping stockings with ribbons and tiny bows, which is both adorable and utterly impractical. So what was the result of all this? Choice. And with choice came doubt. Because now, if you weren't sleeping, it wasn't just bad luck or the moon being weird again. It was your fault. Your gear, your setup, your failure to select the correct ratio of wool to feathers. Victorian sleep was no longer a natural process. It had become a technology problem. Sound familiar? Today, we debate mattress firmness and thread count. Back then, they worried about whether their bolster had been aired properly to banish slumbering mildew. You have sleep apps. They had pamphlets with titles like The Hygienic Position of the British Spine in Nocturnal Repose. Same chaos, different font. Back in your own bed, you reach under your pillow and flip it again, just for good measure. It's not feather-stuffed. It's not wool-tufted. But it's fine. It's enough. Maybe the point isn't to have the perfect bed. Maybe the point is to stop blaming the bed. you lie back down. Let go of the gear checklist. Let go of the internal Yelp review. Just lie there. Because sometimes the most luxurious mattress in the world is just the one where you finally let yourself be tired. Section 21. Lettuce again, but this time boiled to mush. It's a strange thing, lying awake and realizing you've tried everything short of crying on the wallpaper. You've refluffed your pillows, adjusted the blankets. You've mentally forgiven every school teacher who ever scolded you. You've remembered to unclench your jaw, your fists, your regrets. You even tried to trick your brain by pretending you're not trying to sleep at all, actually, because reverse psychology works on toddlers and occasionally on the exhausted adult body. Still, here you are, vertical in spirit, horizontal in position, eyes open, brain performing opera. But don't worry, the Victorians were with you, and they had one final trick up their satin cuffs. Drink something weird. Yes, tonight we descend into the candlelit depths of Victorian sleep beverages, from the gently questionable to the legally concerning. Because if you couldn't knock yourself out with meditation, morality, or mattress science, there was always the cup. Let's begin gently, with warm milk. Simple, classic, widely recommended by 19th century mothers, nannies, and that one suspicious uncle who never slept, but always had opinions. Warm milk wasn't just a bedtime ritual. It was believed to calm the nerves, settle the stomach, and soothe the restless vapors of the mind. Which sounds vague, but honestly, so does your 2:00 a.m. train of thought. Some added a spoonful of honey or nutmeg. Others stirred in a few drops of rosewater for elegance, or orange blossom extract if they were feeling continental. But it was still milk, soothing, familiar, and only mildly disappointing once it cooled to room temperature. Still awake? That's fine. Let's escalate. Enter herbal infusions. Victorians loved a good, sleepy tea, though they would never call it that. It was a tisane, darling. Boiling water poured over plants that promised to gently seduce the body into slumber. Some favorites: chamomile, the Beyoncé of bedtime herbs, valerian root. Smells like gym socks, tastes like despair, knocks you out like a velvet hammer, lemon balm. Calms the nerves and makes you smell vaguely like a lemon tart. Hops. Yes, the beer thing. Steeped like tea, it promised a light buzz without the bar fight. Now, these herbal brews weren't regulated. Dosage was guesswork. Potency varied depending on the phase of the moon, your aunt's superstition levels, and how long you steeped it while staring into the void. But they helped some people, or at least kept them busy long enough to eventually drift off. Still, no dice. Time for the heavy hitters. Meet the most beloved and quietly terrifying beverage in the Victorian sleep arsenal: milk punch. On paper, milk punch sounds innocent. Milk, sugar, nutmeg, maybe a bit of lemon zest, and then brandy, or rum, or whiskey, if your household had opinions about fortitude. The idea was that a splash of alcohol would warm the blood, quiet the mind, and relax the body just enough to slip softly into Morpheus's arms. Historians still argue whether this was more soothing nightcap or polite self-sedation. Because sometimes that splash of brandy became a generous pour, and the milk became optional, and suddenly you weren't sipping for sleep. You were performing a controlled crash into unconsciousness. This wasn't rare. Victorian cookbooks contained entire sections on restorative cordials. Sleep guides suggested sherry, brandy-laced gruel, even tonics made from port and crushed egg yolk, which sounds like a dare from someone who's never had salmonella. Of course, there were rules. A lady might take her milk punch discreetly in a silver cup, sipped by candlelight. A gentleman might call it a nightcap because alcoholic bedtime smoothie lacked social grace. Some families had signature recipes. One old letter describes a special family cordial involving milk, molasses, and turpentine. Yes, the thing you use to clean paintbrushes. No, we don't recommend recreating it. But not everyone was a fan. Temperance movements railed against nighttime drinking. Preachers warned that brandy was a false peace offered by Satan's barman. Physicians worried that reliance on alcohol for sleep would lead to moral decay, liver failure, and possibly voting for liberals. Still, people drank, because sometimes, when you've been awake for 38 hours and your bedroom feels like the inside of a grandfather clock, you don't care whether it's holy water or elderberry schnapps. You just want a ticket to dreamland. Back in your bed, you consider your options. There's no milk punch on your nightstand, no valerian root or warm mug of liquid courage, just your usual water bottle and the faint hope that your bloodstream will remember how melatonin works. But something about the ritual still lingers. The idea of warming something, holding a cup, taking a moment, marking the boundary between wakefulness and sleep with a small, soothing act. So maybe you sit up, pad to the kitchen, warm some tea or cocoa, or even just water with a squeeze of lemon, not because it'll fix everything, but because it tells your brain, we are done for the day. We are stepping away from the controls. You sip. The warmth spreads through your chest. You return to bed, still awake, but softer. Section 22. Bedroom plants and airflow. Paranoia. You've had your tea, or cocoa, or whatever vaguely herbal concoction you could whip up without waking the neighbors, and possibly summoning an owl. Back in bed, your body feels slightly warmer. Your fingers tingle from the heat of the cup. Your tongue still carries the aftertaste of chamomile, or licorice, or let's be honest, dishwater with ambition. But it helped. Not dramatically, but just enough to make you want to sink a little deeper into the mattress. You close your eyes and immediately remember you forgot to crack the window, because that was another theory. In the Great Victorian War against insomnia, airflow was both ally and enemy, depending entirely on who you asked and what doctor they were feuding with that month. Let's talk about air paranoia. In the 1800s, the average person lived in a delicate truce with the air. It could be healing, or lethal, or both. It all depended on whether it was fresh. You see, Victorians were obsessed with ventilation. Some believed that good air, pure, cold, moving, could clear the brain, cool the body, and chase away everything from headaches to existential dread. Others were convinced that even the slightest draught could unleash a cascade of horrors: stiff necks, melancholy, fever, and, of course, sleeplessness. Historians still argue whether Victorian air theories were based more on genuine medical concern or just deep, intergenerational trust issues with windows. What we know is this: many sleep guides of the era insisted on bedroom ventilation as a cure for insomnia. One manual from 1875 claims, "Let no man attempt slumber in a sealed chamber. Air that is still is air that is dead. Open the window. Breathe what the Lord provides." Sounds lovely, right? Until you realize it's January, and what the Lord provides is ice fog, and the distant sound of your neighbor coughing up a lung. Still, many people obeyed. They opened windows, even just a crack, and embraced what came through. The idea was that oxygen-rich air would clear the mind, help you fall asleep faster, keep you from rebreathing your own foulness, which is possibly the least sexy phrase in human history. Some even designed their bedrooms around airflow. Narrow windows placed opposite each other for cross-ventilation. Vents above doors. Louvres in the ceiling. Houses built so the wind could whoosh through like a visiting guest with opinions. Others took it further. They brought the outside inside. Enter bedroom plants. Yes, Victorians adored them. Not for Instagram photos, but for spiritual and medical reasons. Plants were believed to refresh the air, absorb toxic miasmas, and sometimes even project good dreams. It was like creating a tiny indoor jungle of moral fortitude. Popular plants included ferns, which symbolized purity and were impossible to kill, just like the guilt you felt for napping. Palms, considered exotic, elegant, and slightly flirty. Geraniums, which supposedly repelled melancholia and mosquitoes in equal measure. One writer insisted that a modest parlor palm at the bedside inspires tranquil breath and respectable dreams. Another claimed that the gentle scent of a flowering window box promotes harmony between the lungs and the soul. They weren't exactly wrong. Studies today suggest plants can help with mood and air quality, but they weren't working with science so much as vibe. Some households even built elaborate glass terrariums inside bedrooms, little botanical sanctuaries. The theory: if you couldn't sleep, at least you could stare at something alive and green, and not shaped like a grandfather clock. But again, not everyone agreed. Some doctors panicked about nighttime plant respiration. Yes, really. They feared that plants breathed in oxygen at night, and thus competed with you. One pamphlet, grimly titled "The Bedroom, Friend or Foe," warned that a single potted fern may consume enough air to suffocate a frail sleeper. Now, before you panic and start evicting your aloe vera, just know, this was nonsense. But it tells you something about how fragile the Victorian relationship with sleep truly was. They wanted control over the light, the air, the temperature, the movement of plants, the placement of furniture, the direction of their breathing. Sleep, for all its mystery, had to be managed. So every night, they waged a quiet battle. Do you open the window and risk the chill? Do you keep it closed and risk the fog of your own sins? Do you sleep with a plant beside you, or banish it to the hallway in fear of leaf-based oxygen theft. You, lying in bed, ask similar questions. Maybe not about ferns, but about phone brightness, fan speed, whether you should turn the pillow again or just give up and sleep on your face. You're doing exactly what they did, trying to engineer a moment of peace. So you sit up, just slightly. You crack the window, let in a whisper of outside. It smells like dew or leaves or summer pavement. You look at your nearest plant. Maybe it's a spider plant or a succulent or just that weird gift basil you've kept alive by accident, and decide it can stay. You lie back. Let the air pass over your skin. Stillness. You breathe in. It's not miraculous, but it's clean. And sometimes that's all it takes. Section 23. Doctors who wrote novels about it. The room feels different now. Not colder, just fresher. Like the night air finally remembered you existed and has decided, somewhat shyly, to join you. It slips in through the cracked window like a polite ghost. Doesn't say much, just lingers. Maybe brushes past your cheek to say hello. Your body is still. You're breathing slower. Your limbs feel like velvet sandbags. For the first time in a while, you think, maybe this is it. Maybe I can sleep. And then your stomach growls. Of course it does. Welcome to one of the most underreported causes of Victorian insomnia. Bedtime hunger. You're not supposed to be hungry right now. That bowl of gruel at dinner was supposed to last until morning. But your body didn't get the memo, and now it's wondering why it's been abandoned in this linen-wrapped chamber with nothing but your regrets and a decorative pillow that serves no clear purpose. Victorians were constantly caught between two beliefs. Eating before bed is dangerous. Eating before bed might be the only thing that works. Let's investigate. In many upper and middle-class households, dinner was early, somewhere between 5 o'clock and 7 o'clock p.m. After that, you might sip tea or nibble a dry biscuit, but no hearty eating was allowed. The digestive system, it was believed, needed stillness at night to avoid terrible things like bloating, nightmares, or waking up in the middle of the night thinking about death. Physicians warned that heavy meals stirred the blood, that cheese led to hallucinations, that late-night puddings could unsettle the humors, which, again, sounds like the plot of a children's cartoon and a Victorian medical journal all at once. And yet, people kept getting hungry, especially the insomniacs, because lying awake for hours burns calories, if not literally, then emotionally. It's hard work maintaining that much existential dread on an empty stomach. So the sleep-starved began to sneak snacks. Some kept hidden tins of biscuits in their nightstand. Others relied on servants to bring them sleep trays, modest offerings of broth, toast, or rice pudding. A few brave souls pioneered the art of the midnight pantry raid, tiptoeing through candlelit halls in their flannel nightshirts, praying not to wake the dog, or worse, get caught by the butler. Popular choices included arrowroot biscuits, bland, crumbly, and oddly comforting, milk toast, bread soaked in warm milk, because that was a thing they did on purpose, jelly. Not the fruit kind, the aspic kind. Yes, meat jelly. At midnight, with parsley garnish, custards, sweet, silky, and surprisingly heavy for something that looks like pudding, wearing a monocle, cold meat slices. because nothing says, "I can't sleep," like slicing roast beef in your robe. There was also a trendy little item called a sleep cake, a mildly sweet bun laced with herbs like nutmeg, cinnamon, or anise. The idea was that the carbs would soothe you, and the spices would sedate you. Historians still argue whether any of these snacks actually worked, or whether they were just edible distractions. Either way, the logic was clear. A slightly full belly, source a quieter brain, but not too full, because then you ran the risk of digestive regret, a condition described in one guide as the torment of wakeful bloat. Charming. This was such a concern that one doctor recommended placing a small brick beneath the head end of the bed to assist food downward by gravity. A sort of DIY sleep ramp for your guts. Innovative and completely ridiculous. Back in your own bed, you consider your options. You're not about to summon cold aspic from the fridge, but you are feeling the tug of the stomach, that quiet, persistent ache that says, "Hey, you know what would be great right now? A banana, or 3 almonds, or literally anything that isn't a thought spiral." And here's the thing, you're allowed. One of the quiet freedoms of insomnia is realizing that the rules don't always apply. Not when it's 3:17 a.m. and you've already counted sheep, ceiling tiles, and all your teenage embarrassments. So you pad to the kitchen. Find something soft, simple, gentle on the belly and the soul. A cracker, a spoon of yogurt, a slice of cheese. Yes, even if Victorian logic says you'll dream about being chased by flamingos. You eat it slowly. Feel the weight settle. Return to bed. And something happens. Your brain, now appeased by the offering, quiets. Your body, once tense with longing, relaxes. You're not full. You're not empty. You are simply enough. Section 24. Animal Remedies. We regret to inform you. The room is still. Your stomach is calm. The windows cracked just enough to whisper lullabies in breeze. Your pillow's cool. Your limbs are heavy. And your brain, well, your brain is starting to go soft around the edges. Thoughts are slower now, melting into each other. A puddle of half-dreams and leftovers from your midnight cheese slice. You're close. So close. And then it hits you. You forgot to say your prayers. That might sound charming, old-fashioned, sweet even. But if you were a Victorian insomniac, it was deadly serious. Because for many in that anxious, gaslit century, the final sleep hurdle wasn't diet, air, or feather firmness. It was guilt. Let's talk about the spiritual insomnia epidemic. See, the Victorian era wasn't just a time of corsets and coal smoke. It was also a golden age of religious anxiety. There were revivals, reforms, tent meetings, sermons with titles like "How Sleep is a Dress Rehearsal for Eternity." You know, light stuff. People were obsessed with salvation, with their souls, with being good enough. And that obsession didn't clock out at bedtime. If anything, nighttime was when it got loudest, because the stillness of night, the silence, the lack of distraction, that's when your mind pulled out the list. Everything you did wrong, everything you forgot to do. That time you yelled at your cousin, the lie you told last week, the impure thought you had during the second hymn, And as the minutes ticked past, you began to wonder, what if I die in my sleep, and I haven't repented enough? Yep. Sleep, to many Victorians, wasn't just a biological act. It was a spiritual test, a kind of daily judgment trial. If you didn't enter your slumber with the right mindset, the right level of holiness, the right number of apologies, then who knew what might happen? This led to a deeply specific, often rigid, bedtime prayer ritual. It wasn't just, "Now I lay me down to sleep." That was for children. Adults had structured confession sessions, whispered by candlelight, while kneeling beside beds so hard they'd probably already counted as penance. They'd list sins, ask for forgiveness, express gratitude, try to recall every impure impulse they'd had since breakfast. One popular devotional manual included a checklist titled 10 Things to be Absolved Before Midnight. Number 4 was lingering envy of one's neighbor's wallpaper. Yes, that was a thing. Some Victorians even kept journals specifically for tracking their moral failings. Each night, they'd review their actions like an accountant auditing a nervous soul. If the list got too long, sleep was delayed until sufficient repentance occurred. And if you still couldn't sleep, that was interpreted as a sign, a divine nudge, a spiritual disturbance. You might ask yourself, have I truly forgiven everyone? Did I tithe enough this month? Was that dream last night a warning? Am I too attached to my velvet drapes? It was intense. And while some found comfort in prayer, genuine solace and release, others felt trapped by it. Because what if you missed something? What if your confession wasn't complete? What if you accidentally fell asleep in the middle of a psalm? Would God mind? Historians still debate whether this religious pressure improved Victorian morality or just inflated their collective neuroses. Probably a bit of both. But it's important to remember, religion was everywhere. Church attendance was expected. Morality was policed. Spiritual health was seen as directly connected to physical health. If you couldn't sleep, maybe your soul was too loud. There were books, dozens of them, offering prayers specifically for insomnia. Titles like A Petition for Rest in the Hours of Darkness, Vigil Prayers for the Anxious Heart, On the Lord's Watch, Psalms for Sleepless Nights. One pamphlet even instructed readers to bless each limb individually before bed, ending with the phrase, "May this arm lie still in righteousness." Back in your room, you think about all this. You haven't exactly blessed your elbow. But there's something quietly lovely about the idea that sleep doesn't have to be perfect. That maybe it's not about being ready or pure or productive, just willing, open, surrendered. So maybe you whisper something now, not a checklist, not a confession, just a small prayer, a sentence, maybe even just a thank you. Thank you for this breath, this bed, this strange, imperfect body that's trying its best. You close your eyes, not because you've earned sleep, but because you no longer need to. Let it come when it's ready. Section 25. The Rise of the Sleep Chair. The candle is out now. Or if there never was one, you've at least turned off the mental equivalent. The part of your brain that lights everything up with scrutiny. How you're doing, what time it is, whether your leg is still tingling, like it's haunted by a petty ghost, is finally growing dim. The prayer helped, not because it fixed anything, but because it reminded you. You're allowed to stop trying so hard. but just when you're almost out, drifting, dissolving into the folds of sleep's warm cloak, your nose twitches. There's a smell, a faint, powdery whiff, something herbal, medicinal, like crushed flowers and dust. And that, my wide-eyed friend, means we've arrived at another cherished invention of the desperate, dignified Victorian insomniac. The dream pillow. Not a pillow you sleep on. No, that would be far too straightforward. This is a pillow you sleep near, sometimes inside, but mostly with. Let me explain. Dream pillows, also called herbal sleep sachets, were small, fabric pouches stuffed with dried flowers, leaves, bark, or whatever else the household herb enthusiast hadn't already steeped into tea. They were slipped under your main pillow, nestled beside your face, or in some cases, sewn directly into your nightcap, which is the kind of commitment to bedtime aesthetics we deeply respect. The goal? Soothe the senses, calm the mind, trigger sleep by sheer olfactory hypnosis. Common dream pillow ingredients included lavender, the Beyoncé of botanicals, ubiquitous, beloved, effective, hops. Again, with the hops. These folks were one bad nap away from inventing IPA pajamas. Rose petals, for beauty sleep, of course, and romance, and allergies. Chamomile, gentle yellow, smells like sleep, if sleep wore a bonnet. Linden flowers, thyme, and cloves, for extra mystery and a scent profile somewhere between sleepy cottage and medieval soup. The recipes varied wildly. Some called for 1 handful of dried peace-bringing petals. Others were more direct. Mix equal parts herb and prayer. Some dream pillows were sewn at home, a loving gesture from a spouse or grandmother who would say something like, "Here, darling, this will stop your nightmares and maybe your snoring." Others were purchased in shops, usually from the same apothecary who sold you hair tonic, indigestion powder, and something called Vital Woman's Nerve Drops. That was definitely just alcohol in a bottle with a corset on it. Historians still argue whether dream pillows had any scientific benefit, or were just a very Victorian combination of folk tradition, aromatherapy, and wishful thinking. But honestly, they worked often enough that people kept making them, and they weren't only for sleep. Dream pillows were thought to influence your dreams. That's right. Want peaceful dreams? Add lavender and rose. Want prophetic dreams? Try mugwort, and maybe a second pillow, just in case the first one delivers too much prophecy. Want to stop dreaming entirely? Stuff it with hops and sew it shut, like you're locking a vault. People took this seriously. Some even left instructions for dream pillows in their wills, passing down their special family blend of petals and subconscious manipulation from generation to generation. Others believed that the herbs had spiritual properties, that certain plants could repel nightmares, or bad energy, or the ghost of your cousin Emily, who still held a grudge about that card game. Back in your own bed, you might not have a dream pillow, but maybe you've got something close. A sachet, a lavender spray, a dryer sheet with ambitions, a pillow that smells faintly like clean laundry and slightly like whatever your childhood bedroom smelled like when everything felt safe. That's your dream pillow now, not because it's stuffed with time and existential certainty, but because it holds a scent you trust. You breathe it in, feel the memory it carries of safety or softness or something gentle you don't need to name. And you understand, maybe, why the Victorians put so much faith in these little bundles. Because sometimes sleep comes not from logic or science or strict morality, but from a smell, a cue, a whisper that says, "You are safe now. You are allowed to let go. You are allowed to dream." Section 26. Women, Worry, and Wandering Wombs. You're floating now. Not quite asleep, but definitely not fully here. Your limbs feel unglued. Your thoughts drift in and out like lazy fish circling a pond. You can't remember what day it is. You don't care. The dream pillow helped. Or maybe it was the tea, or the breeze, or the 3 digestive biscuits you quietly devoured in the kitchen while pretending they were medicinal. Either way, something is working, which, of course, is exactly when your mind decides to whisper, "Didn't Victorians invent electric sleep helmets or something?" And you know what? Not exactly, but close enough to be terrifying. Because while much of Victorian insomnia management was herbal, spiritual, or deeply scented, there was one fascinating and slightly unhinged thread that ran through the age. Electrified sleep cures. Yes, they tried to zap themselves to sleep. Let's dig in. You see, by the mid to late 1800s, electricity was no longer just a magical parlor trick involving frogs and silk. It was becoming real, powerful, commercial, mysterious. It had lit street lamps, powered telegraphs, and promised to make toast, eventually. Naturally, people started to wonder, could it fix sleep? The answer, as far as they were concerned, was yes. Maybe, if you applied it just right. Enter the era of electrotherapy, a deliciously unregulated buffet of wires, sparks, and wildly overconfident medical pamphlets. One of the earliest and most enduring devices was the electric headband. Made of fabric, metal, and pure hubris, it claimed to generate a gentle electric current across the forehead. The goal? Pacify the overactive mind. Users were advised to wear it for 30 minutes before bed. Some even slept in them, risking mild burns and a forehead that buzzed like a confused bee. Another gadget, the electric pillow. Yes, that existed. It was lined with metal coils and powered by either a primitive battery or, horrifyingly, direct current. Its makers promised it would induce slumber by encouraging cerebral equilibrium. It also encouraged mild panic, occasional smoke, and the thrilling question, is it supposed to be humming like that? There were electrostatic brushes, which looked like hair brushes and claimed to draw nervous energy outward through the scalp. There were magnetized mattresses, said to align the soul with planetary forces. And there were, most alarmingly, galvanic belts, which wrapped around the torso and sent tiny shocks through your midsection to simulate calm intestinal confidence. We're still unsure what that means, but we admire the poetic boldness. Historians still debate whether these devices actually worked or simply distracted people long enough for natural sleep to catch them off guard. Some doctors genuinely believed in the healing power of electricity. Others were basically Victorian QVC hosts with a lightning fetish. But it didn't stop at gadgets. There were also electric water therapies. Patients were advised to bathe their feet in mildly charged basins, or place their hands in shallow, galvanic trays while listening to soothing scripture. One notable sleep clinic in London offered something called the lucid bed, which emitted soft pulses of electricity into the bed frame while a staff member read calming verses about clouds. We don't know how many people actually slept there, but we do know several woke up with strange hair and lawsuits pending. Still, people kept trying because they were desperate. They were tired of teas, of tinctures, of praying their way through 4-hour wide-eyed purgatories. Electricity offered something exciting, new, scientific, a miracle in a wire. And it wasn't all quackery. This era also birthed the earliest neurological sleep studies, including primitive experiments in brain waves, rest cycles, and nerve exhaustion. The Victorians didn't get it all right, but they were the first to ask questions like, what if sleep is more than just tiredness? What if it's controlled by the brain? What if you could change that directly? You, lying there in the dark, are surrounded by the descendants of those ideas. Your sleep tracker, your white noise machine, your phone set to do not disturb, but still secretly glowing like a judgmental firefly. You don't wear an electric headband, but you do believe that sleep can be hacked, guided, adjusted, enhanced. You still have that same hope that if you just try one more thing, sleep will come. Maybe that thing isn't volts. Maybe it's silence. Maybe it's surrender. Or maybe it's just knowing that you are part of a long, strange line of humans who've tried everything from lavender to lightning bolts just to get a few hours of peace. Back in your bed, you let your arms fall loose. You release the need to solve this. No gadgets, no fixes, just the old-fashioned, deeply underrated act of waiting, of lying still long enough for the Sandman to find your address. Section 27, Gentlemen's Clubs and Midnight Pipe Rituals. You're still here, but softer now, like a house with the lights off, but a few windows glowing. Your thoughts flicker dimly, nothing sharp, nothing demanding. The inner monologue has curled up somewhere quiet, content to let the world hum without its commentary. And as you lie there, floating on the edges of sleep, your mind drifts somewhere unexpected. The past. Not your childhood, or old crushes, or that embarrassing thing you said at a party in 2014. No, deeper. You start to wonder, what did people dream about back then? The Victorians, the insomniacs, the tea sippers and prayer whisperers, and those poor souls napping under electrified bed frames. What did their dreams look like? Let's find out. Because for all their primness and powdered respectability, the Victorians were obsessed with dreams. They studied them, cataloged them, interpreted them, and sometimes blamed them. See, dreams weren't just random nonsense to these people. They were messages, warnings, portals, a kind of psychic voicemail from the divine, or the digestive system, depending on who you asked. Dreams were studied in medical circles, but also in spiritual ones. Entire books were written decoding the symbols. If you dreamed of a snake, it meant temptation. If you dreamed of falling, you were losing faith. If you dreamed of eating jam in a crowded room, honestly, still open to debate. There were dream dictionaries, thick ones. One popular version, Zadkiel's Dream Book, offered over 1,500 entries. It claimed to translate your night visions into practical outcomes. For example, dream of teeth falling out. A loved one will betray you. Dream of fire. Change is coming. Dream of a white horse. Good fortune. Unless the horse is angry. Then, don't go outside. They also believed dreams could reveal illness. Doctors would ask patients what they'd dreamed lately. Nightmares were sometimes seen as the body crying out, especially if you dreamed of floods, choking, or being chased by enormous vegetables. Yes, there are records. No, we're not judging. And dreams were deeply gendered, too. Women were said to dream more symbolically, emotionally. Their dreams were seen as poetic, if not slightly hysterical. Men, supposedly, had more linear dreams, practical, sensible, like filing cabinets that occasionally set on fire. Of course, these stereotypes didn't hold up. People dreamed what they dreamed, regardless of corset tightness or mustache length. But the Victorians had to interpret everything. There was no just a dream. Everything had a moral lesson, or a premonition, or, at the very least, a warning about eating cheese after dark. They even believed dreams could be influenced. We're not just talking about the herbs stuffed into dream pillows. People tried to plant ideas before bed. They'd repeat certain phrases, sleep facing a certain direction, avoid spicy food, or pork, which were both considered dream provocateurs. One particularly detailed guide suggested this nightly protocol. Wash hands, say prayers, think only of gentle things. Speak aloud the name of one's beloved. Then lie upon the right side with a light conscience and no supper. Honestly, that's not a terrible checklist. But for some, the dreams came uninvited, uncontrolled. And that's where things got really interesting, because now we enter the murky world of night terrors and sleep demons. That's right. The Victorians didn't just dream. They feared dreaming. If you woke up gasping, heart racing, unable to move, it wasn't called sleep paralysis. It was the visitation of the night hag. Yes, the night hag. A creature said to sit on your chest, steal your breath, and whisper fears into your mind. She shows up in art, in journals, in medical documents. One physician wrote, "A woman of the lower class claimed the hag had entered her through her ear and now lived behind her left eye," which, medically speaking, is just not ideal. There were protective charms, psalms to recite, beds rearranged to face east, candles burned all night, despite the fire hazard, all to keep the dreams from becoming too real. Because sleep was beautiful, but it was also vulnerable. It was the one time your body went limp, your mind unguarded, your soul, they believed, half stepping into another world. You were never more at risk or more reachable than when you dreamed. And that was terrifying, but also kind of magical, because it meant your dreams mattered. They weren't just static. They were windows, warnings, whispers. Sometimes they were the only time your heart told the truth. You, back in bed, start to wonder what your dreams will hold tonight. Maybe nothing. Maybe fragments, faces, music, that recurring image of being late for a train, made of soup, or maybe something clear, something gentle, something kind. Whatever it is, you're ready. You roll over, exhale slowly, invite the dream. Let it come. Section 28. Dreams, Nightmares, and Victorian Ghost. Logic. Your breath is quiet now, slower. You're somewhere between thought and sleep, drifting in that velvet gray zone where time blurs, and your limbs feel like they belong to a softer version of yourself. You could stay here forever, honestly. You might. And yet, there's one last memory tugging at the corner of your consciousness. Something curious, something oddly comforting. A whisper of flannel, a glint of metal, a small ticking sound. Yes, friend, we need to talk about clocks, because if you were a Victorian insomniac, there was one sound you knew intimately. The relentless, metronomic tick-tock of a mechanical clock standing somewhere in your room, like a smug wooden wizard who never slept. And the thing is, they weren't just timepieces. They were sleep companions, and sometimes sleep villains. Let's wind this one back. In the Victorian home, clocks weren't just for telling time. They were status symbols, decor, domestic anchors. A proper drawing room had a mantel clock. The kitchen had a wall clock. The hallway had a tall, elegant grandfather clock who probably judged your posture and your romantic choices. And the bedroom? Oh, the bedroom had options. Some favored small carriage clocks with shiny brass handles and gentle chimes. Others had slightly larger models that sat on a side table and ticked with just enough volume to sound ominous around 2:00 a.m. But the prize for most dramatic went to the long case clocks, towering behemoths of oak and melancholy. If your insomnia didn't kill you, their hourly gong probably would. So why did people keep them in their sleep sanctuaries? Well, for one thing, routine. Victorians were obsessed with structure. If you wanted to beat insomnia, you needed regularity. Same bedtime, same wake-up time, same prayer, same dream pillow, same slightly weird biscuit. And what better way to stay on schedule than by sharing your room with a clock that literally told you when to do everything? Some found the ticking soothing, like a heartbeat, a presence, a constant in the shifting darkness. Others, however, went full enemy combatant. Because, let's be honest, when you can't sleep, clocks become monsters. You lie there, eyes open. The room is still, your thoughts quiet. And then, tick, tock. You try to ignore it. Tick, tock. You turn your pillow. Tick, tock. You start to calculate how many hours of sleep you'll get if you fall asleep right now. Tick, tock. You consider throwing the clock out the window and blaming it on raccoons. Historians still argue whether Victorian clocks soothed or tortured the sleepless. It's likely they did both. Some insomniacs described their tick as the only voice I trusted in the night. Others called it a tyrant, counting my failures aloud. And don't even get us started on the chimes, because some clocks didn't just tick. They struck the hour, loudly, every hour. Which means if you were finally drifting off around 3:00 a.m., you might be abruptly reminded that it was, in fact, 3 a.m. And also, time to reflect on your life choices. Some fancier clocks even had quarter-hour chimes, every 15 minutes, for your convenience, and mental unraveling. Eventually, some people started silencing their clocks at night, or choosing models with silent escapements, a feature that made the ticking gentler, less like a metronome, and more like a whisper. Others turned the clock away from the bed, like a naughty child, as if its judgmental little face could see you lying there, eyes open, mind racing. Still, the clock remained, because it wasn't just a nuisance. It was a marker of time. And in a world without smartphones or digital displays, that tick was often the only proof the time was even moving. There's a strange comfort in that, isn't there? Knowing the night isn't forever. That even if sleep doesn't come when you want it to, morning will arrive anyway. The clock promises that. Every tick, a step closer to light. And for some Victorians, clocks weren't enemies. They were companions. There are diary entries from lonely widows, bachelors, and traveling scholars who described the clock as their only friend in the hours of silence. It kept them company. It listened. It measured their pain in seconds, but never mocked them for it. Back in your own bed, you might not have a ticking clock. You have your phone, a glowing rectangle of distraction and temptation. But maybe tonight, you leave it face down. Maybe you close your eyes and try to imagine the soft, measured beat of something ancient, something analog, something patient. Tick, tock. Not a countdown, but a lullaby. Tick, tock. You're not behind. You're just not asleep yet. Tick. The clock is not judging. Tock. The clock is just waiting with you. And in a way, that's kind of beautiful. Section 29. Insomnia in the industrial north. Somewhere nearby, real or imagined, a clock ticks on. Not fast, not slow, just steady. As if it knows something you don't. As if it's been watching sleepers for a very long time and knows you're getting close. Your muscles feel like warm dough. Your thoughts, little boats drifting lazily down a foggy river. Every breath pulls you a little deeper. The borders of wakefulness are starting to blur. And then, out of nowhere, one final comfort flutters into your memory. The hot water bottle. Yes, let's talk about Victorian sleep heat. Because before electric blankets, microwavable owls, and those weird, weighted heating pads that smell like a lavender-scented armpit, people had to get creative to stay warm at night. Especially in Britain. Especially in winter. Especially when the coal ran low, and the window, as prescribed by your ventilation-obsessed doctor, had to stay cracked open in the name of proper moral airflow. Enter the humble hot water bottle, but not the soft, rubbery kind you might know. Oh, no. The Victorians started with something a little more medieval. Stoneware. Imagine this, a jug, round-bellied, smooth, glazed. It looks like it belongs in a tavern or a pirate movie. But instead of ale, it's filled with boiling water, sealed with a cork or screw top, then wrapped in flannel and placed under your sheets before bedtime. Some looked like large beans. Others were oblong or spherical. They were tucked at the foot of the bed, warming it like a sleepy boulder of kindness. And they worked. People loved them. These bed warmers became bedtime royalty. Some were even engraved with family initials, like heirlooms of warmth. A few had ceramic handles so you could carry them from fireplace to bed without losing a layer of skin. But of course, there were dangers. One misstep, and the cork could pop, or crack, or leak. And then, suddenly, your cozy flannel cocoon became the lake house, Nightmare Edition. There are stories, delightful, slightly tragic stories, of young lovers ruining their courtship by scalding their legs with a shared bottle on a frosty night. Of elderly aunts knocking one off the bed and mistaking the hiss of steam for a haunted cat. Historians still argue whether these bottles were safer than the other option, bedpans filled with hot coals. Yes, coals. You see, before hot water bottles took over, Victorians sometimes used metal pans with handles, which they filled with glowing embers and slid beneath the covers to warm the sheets, which, on paper, sounds reasonable, until you realize you've placed literal fire inside a wooden frame bed surrounded by linen soaked in lavender oil. Shockingly, this led to some problems. So when water bottles became more popular in the mid-1800s, they were considered a huge improvement. Safer, reusable, less likely to summon emergency bucket brigades. Eventually, the materials evolved. By the late 19th century, tin and copper models appeared, sleek, shiny, and often shaped like flasks. Portable heat. Some even had screw tops with decorative flourishes. Because if you're going to spoon a bottle of boiling water all night, it might as well be aesthetic. And finally came the soft revolution. Rubber. The earliest rubber water bottles were clunky, smelly, and occasionally exploded with a noise that convinced at least one old vicar that Judgment Day had arrived. But over time, they improved, becoming flexible, quieter, and better able to snuggle between knees like a warm, sleepy puppy with no opinions. Back then, children named their hot water bottles. Grown-ups passed them around like bedtime blessings. And the truly devoted? They had two. One for the feet, one for hugging. Back in your own bed, you might not have one, but maybe there's a heating pad, or a blanket fresh from the dryer, or just your own hands, warmed and tucked beneath your shirt like secret sunbeams. Because here's the truth. The Victorians knew well. Warmth invites sleep. Not just physical heat, but comfort, softness. The sensation that you're protected from the night, that the cold stays outside, that inside, beneath the covers, you are safe. So you wiggle your toes, you nestle deeper. Maybe you picture that stoneware bottle, smooth and weighty, radiating peace from the foot of your bed like a ceramic guardian. Maybe you feel something real. Or maybe you just let the warmth you already have spread and stay. Section 30. Queen Victoria couldn't sleep either. The warmth stays with you. Not just the physical kind, though your toes are now luxuriously toasty, like tiny baked potatoes wrapped in cotton, but a deeper warmth, one that spreads from chest to fingertips. The kind of comfort that says, you're almost there. Sleep is circling. Patient now. Ready. But just before you drift fully into that soft abyss, there's one last curious itch in your mind. A final Victorian detail you hadn't considered yet. What did they wear to bed? And friend, let me tell you, Victorian sleepwear wasn't just clothing. It was a statement. Let's begin with the obvious. The nightshirt. It's the first image that comes to mind when you picture a proper 19th century bedtime. A loose, flowing tunic, knee-length or longer, made of linen or flannel, and probably paired with a matching nightcap that resembles something pulled from a Dickensian costume trunk. For men, the nightshirt was simple, white or cream, buttoned at the chest, sometimes monogrammed, sometimes striped, occasionally boasting a chest pocket, perfect for, what, a midnight quill? For women, it was more elaborate. A woman's nightgown might be adorned with lace, embroidery, or little pleated details that served no practical purpose, but whispered, "I take my sleep very seriously." The sleeves were often puffed, the neckline modest, and it was often so long that walking in one required either elegance or surrender. Why so much fabric? Well, Victorian houses were cold and drafty, and insulation was mostly "pray the wind skips us tonight." So sleepwear had to be warm, layered, defensive. This led to some rather ambitious ensembles. Some sleepers layered a nightgown over bloomers, or wore wool socks to bed, or wrapped themselves in shawls. One 1870s etiquette guide gently suggested a quilted wrapper for nighttime hallway excursions, in case you needed to fetch warm milk or reprimand a ghost. And then there was the nightcap, a symbol of sleep itself. It wasn't just for show. The cap, often soft cotton or wool, was designed to retain heat. After all, most of your body's warmth escapes through the head, and in a pre-central heating world, this was considered an act of bedtime survival. They came in all shapes, long and droopy, like something a cartoon wizard might wear, or short and ruffled, tied with a satin ribbon under the chin. Some were frilled, some were plain. All were deeply serious about their role. And yet, there were critics. A few fashionable types believed the nightcap was undignified, that a true lady didn't sleep in such things, that a gentleman should show his scalp to the stars and let his dreams breathe. One particularly bold article in a 1891 women's magazine proclaimed, "The modern woman rejects the nightcap as both uncomfortable and unbecoming. Let the wind kiss the brow." Historians still argue whether this was a feminist awakening or just a marketing campaign for fancy pillows. And here's the thing, not everyone wore formal sleepwear. The poor, they slept in what they had. Old clothes, worn shirts, a blanket, and not much else. Sometimes even day clothes, because owning a separate set of garments, just for unconsciousness, was a luxury. Children often wore hand-me-down nightgowns until they resembled tiny sleep ghosts. But in wealthier homes, sleepwear was taken very seriously. There were sleeping gloves for chilly fingers, bed slippers for midnight pacing. Some particularly extra individuals even owned bed jewelry, simple chains or lockets meant to be worn overnight for comfort and sentimental continuity. And let's not forget, everything was flammable. Cotton, linen, wool. Combine that with gas lamps, candles, and an occasional ember-filled bedpan, and you start to understand why the phrase "sleep tight" was more a prayer than a suggestion. Back in your own bed, you probably don't wear a ruffled cap. Maybe you've got pajamas. Maybe an old t-shirt. Maybe absolutely nothing, because you live in the future and thermostats exist. But whatever you wear, or don't, the principle remains the same. You put on something that tells your body, it's time. Time to stop. To rest. To let the world go blurry and soft around the edges. Because bedtime is a ritual. Whether you're tying a bonnet under your chin, or pulling fuzzy socks over your ankles, or just slipping beneath the sheets and exhaling like you mean it. It's a little ceremony of letting go. So go ahead. Adjust your blanket. Fluff the pillow one last time. Feel the fabric of whatever you're wearing. Warm, worn, familiar. And let it cradle you like a lullaby sewn into cotton. Because you, my friend, are dressed for dreaming. Section 31. Sleep tonic, entrepreneurs, and snake oil. Nights. You're wearing your dreams now, wrapped in whatever fabric feels safest. The weight of the blanket, the whisper of cotton against skin, the hush of the room, all coming together in one quiet announcement to the world. You are done for today. But before you go fully under, your drifting mind, because of course it's still lightly paddling around, settles on one last sleepy curiosity. What about the bed itself? We've talked about snacks, scents, prayers, pillows, even the ghosts of clocks. But what did a proper Victorian insomniac actually sleep on? Because, let's be honest, if you've ever tried to fall asleep on a bad mattress, you know that even lavender stuffed lambs can't save you. Comfort matters. Maybe more than anything. So let's pull back the covers, literally, and explore the grand, mysterious, sometimes unreasonably lumpy world of Victorian beds. To begin, they were big, especially in wealthy homes. We're talking carved wood, tall headboards, canopies, and curtain rods that could double as stage sets. A proper bed was the centerpiece of the bedroom, the throne of sleep. But underneath all that grandeur, well, it depends on your class. Let's start fancy. In upper-class homes, the Victorian bed was often a four-poster or tester bed, surrounded by heavy drapes that could be pulled shut at night. Not just for drama, though the drama was real, but for warmth and privacy. Think of them as the original blackout curtains, except they also filtered out drafts, judgment, and occasionally your spouse's snoring. And the mattress? Early Victorians slept on straw or horsehair stuffed mattresses, firm, crinkly, and slightly barn adjacent. Later in the century, spring mattresses were introduced. They were noisy, slightly bouncy, and definitely revolutionary. In a good effort, keep going kind of way. Some households had feather beds, big, puffy, cloud-like contraptions filled with goose feathers. These were luxurious, warm, and prone to developing sleep divots, where your body would slowly sink into a personal crater, like quicksand made of birds. And under the mattress? The bed base, usually made of slats or ropes. If ropes, you had to tighten them regularly using a bed key, hence the phrase, sleep tight. Yes, really. Because if the ropes sagged, so did you. In poorer homes, the situation was less dreamy. Working-class families often slept on pallets, low, straw-stuffed pads directly on the floor. Sometimes just a blanket, sometimes a wooden platform. Privacy was minimal. Heat was a luxury. Sleep is a communal effort, especially in large families where multiple people shared one space. There are records of children sleeping 3 to a bed, perpendicular, like books on a shelf, or of families rotating sleep shifts to make room. But no matter how humble, the bed was sacred. Even the roughest straw tick could be fluffed with care. Blankets stitched, pillows mended, rituals upheld. One thing almost everyone had: bed curtains. They weren't just for decoration. They were functional. They blocked light, trapped heat, and, according to one folklore manual, kept the devil from spying. There were also bed rugs, bolsters, long body pillows for hugging or boundary marking, and the beloved counterpane, a thick quilt layered on top like a soft security system. And yes, for some, the bed was also a workplace. That's right. Many women sewed in bed, sitting upright with pillows stacked behind them. Some wrote letters, planned menus, or read their devotional texts. Bed was a zone of productivity, reflection, quiet labor. And for those suffering from chronic insomnia, the bed could feel like a trap. There are journal entries describing beds as soft cages, silken prisons, or, my personal favorite, a polite form of nightly purgatory. Because when you can't sleep, your bed turns on you. Its softness feels mocking. The pillows are too loud. The blankets too opinionated. You lie there, flopping from side to side, like a fish who's read too many medical pamphlets. Historians still argue whether Victorian beds were truly comfortable, or if we've just romanticized them through oil paintings and Jane Austen adaptations. But one thing's clear: they mattered. A well-made bed was a point of pride, a symbol of order in a chaotic world, a place where, after everything, the soot, the sermons, the stress, you could lie down and say, enough. Back in your own bed, you feel the shape beneath you. It might not have ropes to tighten, or feather craters, or the weight of hand-stitched drapes that filter dreams, but it holds you. And maybe that's all a bed ever really needs to do. Section 32. Social Theories of Rest and Weakness. You are the bed now. Okay, not literally, but you've melted into it. The mattress has molded to you. The covers are like layers of sleep wrapping around a center that is quietly sighing. Your breath is steady, your muscles slow, and still, your mind, because it has a sense of timing as impeccable as it is inconvenient, sends you one last thought. What if I'm doing sleep wrong? Which, of course, brings us to a delightful bit of Victorian weirdness, the cult of correct sleep posture. Yes, they had opinions. Let's unpack that. Victorian culture, as we've seen, was obsessed with doing things properly. Walking posture, speaking tone, letter etiquette, and yes, even the precise angle of your sleeping body. Medical manuals from the era were surprisingly prescriptive. You weren't just supposed to sleep, you were supposed to sleep correctly, with intention, with symmetry, with posture that would make a chiropractor shed a proud tear. Let's start with the great debate: side sleeping versus back sleeping. Side sleeping, especially on the right side, was the favored position. Many doctors claimed it assisted digestion, reduced heart strain, and encouraged righteous breathing. Sleeping on the left? Risky. Something about the liver, and oddly, the dangers of emotional dreaming. Back sleeping? Dubious at best. Some guides said it encouraged laziness. Others said it caused nightmares. One particularly dramatic pamphlet suggested that the devil enters through an open mouth when one sleeps flat as a corpse. So, sweet dreams? Sleeping on your stomach, by the way? Absolutely forbidden. Considered vulgar, undignified, and likely to arouse impure dreams. So if you were a face-in-pillow sleeper, the 19th century would have judged you with all its doilied wrath. And let's talk about arms. Some guides warned against sleeping with your arms above your head, believing it would draw blood from the brain or cause melancholy. Others suggested keeping hands folded neatly over the chest, like a reverent Victorian mummy. Apparently, this position invited calm, orderly thoughts. One etiquette book literally included an illustration of ideal feminine repose, where the sleeper looked like she had dozed off mid-harp solo. Then there was head elevation. Pillows weren't just comfort, they were strategy. Too many? You risked neck strain and choleric moods. Too few? Mucus congestion and substandard dreams. The sweet spot? One firm pillow, enough to keep your spine aligned, but not so high you resembled a gentleman propped for tea. And here's where it gets even better. Some sleep manuals included diagrams, full-body outlines, like a bedtime yoga guide, with recommendations on arm distance from torso, leg angle, ideal ankle overlap, how to prevent unsightly knee splaying. Victorians were so close to inventing sleep choreography. Historians still argue whether these postural recommendations had any real health benefit, or whether they were just extensions of Victorian social control, making sure you were morally upright, even in your unconscious state. But for many, sleep posture wasn't just about health. It was about character. A proper sleeper was believed to be orderly, pure, and resistant to temptation. A wild, tangled, diagonal sleeper? Clearly chaotic. There were even beliefs that your sleeping position revealed your innermost nature. Some thought that back sleepers were prideful. Side sleepers were balanced. Stomach sleepers? Dangerous romantics with weak willpower and strong opinions. Of course, none of this was based on evidence. But then again, neither was trepanning or whalebone corsets. And yet, here we are, back in your own bed. You start to wonder, how am I lying? Right side? Left side? Flopped like a starfish? Curled like a prawn? Does it matter? Probably not. But maybe there's something comforting in the idea that you're allowed to find your own sleep shape. Not what the manuals say. Not what some powdered doctor wrote in 1873. Just the way your body wants to rest. Needs to. Knows how to. So try this. Wiggle. Shift. Let your arms fall where they want. Let your legs stretch or curl. Forget the rules. Forget the angles. Forget the fear that the devil might sneak in through a mouth you left ajar. Just be. There's no wrong way to lie still. You're not being graded. You're not performing. You're just waiting for the ocean of sleep to reach your toes. And when it does, you'll be in exactly the right position to drift. Section 33. Victorian children and sleepless bedtimes. You've stopped moving now. There's no need. You've found that sweet, weightless posture, the one where nothing presses, nothing pulls, nothing reminds you that you have a spine or taxes, or an inbox that refuses to die. Just stillness. Soft, unbothered, delicious stillness. And while you hover at the edge of dreams, there's just enough curiosity left in you to wonder, did anyone actually conquer insomnia back then? Did anyone crack the code? Did someone, somewhere in a lace-trimmed nightgown or a tweed dressing gown, find the ultimate cure and sleep like a blessed log until the birds sang and the sun peeked through the soot-smudged glass? Well, sort of. Let me tell you the story of the Victorian sleep doctors. Not just physicians, mind you. Not dusty generalists with cold hands and too many leeches. These were specialists, a new breed of medical professionals who saw insomnia not as a failure of character or bedtime tea, but as an actual nervous condition. They called it nervous sleeplessness, or sometimes exhaustion of the sleep centers, which sounds a bit like your brain is a train station that forgot to hire staff. These doctors believed that insomnia wasn't a disease, but a symptom of overwork, overstimulation, weak nerves, and too much thinking, which, honestly, relatable. Their cures? Oh, they were varied. Some doctors, especially the early ones, stuck with traditional methods: warm baths, diet changes, daily walks, and a firm lecture on moral restraint. One even prescribed a glass of hot water taken while contemplating the lilies of the field. Others were more experimental. One particularly enthusiastic physician, Dr. Silas Weir Mitchell, developed the rest cure. This involved isolating the patient in a quiet room, forbidding all activity, feeding them rich dairy foods, and massaging their muscles daily while they lay motionless for weeks. Historians still argue whether this was helpful or a horrifying prototype for spa-based captivity. The rest cure became especially popular for treating hysterical women with insomnia, which, unsurprisingly, led to mixed results, multiple lawsuits, and at least one famous short story, The Yellow Wallpaper, about going mildly bananas in a wallpapered room while no one listens to your actual symptoms. Other doctors turned to hypnotism, not the pocket watch kind, but more like soft suggestions, whispered repeatedly in a soothing tone. You are calm. You are relaxed. You are not thinking about your unpaid rent or your mother-in-law's cough. And for the truly desperate, there were chemical interventions. Yes, Victorian sleeping pills. Most of them were terrifying. Take chloral hydrate, for instance. Introduced in the 1860s, it was one of the first real sedatives. And it worked. It knocked people out. It also caused dependency, cognitive fog, and the charming side effect of dreaming you were stuck in a well with Oscar Wilde and your unfinished taxes. Another contender? Paraldehyde. Smelled like rubber cement. Tasted worse. But if you wanted to pass out fast, it did the job. Opium, of course, was still making its rounds, sometimes in syrups, sometimes in tonics, always in very ambiguous doses. It worked for pain. It worked for sleep. It also worked for ending up in a bathtub talking to ghosts. Yet despite all this, the most respected doctors often came back to one core truth. Sleep can't be forced. You can invite it, lure it, set the stage, close the curtains, play the lullaby. But if you chase it, it runs. If you command it, it sulks. If you wrestle it, it disappears. And so, the very best doctors, the ones remembered fondly in journals and letters, weren't the ones who handed out tonics or prescribed long naps on fainting couches. They were the ones who listened, who sat beside you and said, "You're not broken. You're tired." Who helped you feel safe, unburdened, not judged for being awake, not pitied for being human. That's what helped most. Back in your own bed, with your non-toxic sheets and drama-free wallpaper, you might not have a Victorian sleep doctor. But maybe you have this voice, this space, this gentle permission to stop trying so hard. Because the truth hasn't changed in all these years. You can't trick sleep, but you can welcome it. So welcome it now. Whisper an invitation, and let your body know it doesn't need to fight anymore. Section 34. Modern Sleep Science. Looks back. You're barely here now. Just a whisper of breath in the dark. A thought stretched so thin, it barely counts as thinking. If someone asked your name, you'd have to think about it. If someone asked what day it is, you'd shrug with your eyebrows and let sleep answer for you. You are that close. So, what could possibly remain? Well, just one more thing, because all this talk of potions, pillows, postures, and posture-obsessed doctors has left one final question, lingering like a soft breeze through an open window. What did the Victorians believe about sleep? Not how to do it, not how to fix it, but what it was. What did they think happened when the eyes closed and the body went still? The answer? It depends. Victorian ideas about sleep wove through science, folklore, spirituality, and the increasingly murky space between medicine and metaphysics. It wasn't just rest. It was a ritual, a revelation, and sometimes a rehearsal for death. Let's start there. Many Victorians believed that sleep and death were cousins, and not the kind you only see at Christmas. Close cousins. Twins, almost. You'll see it in their language. Phrases like eternal sleep, gentle slumber, the long night. Obituaries referred to the dead as having fallen asleep in the Lord. Sleep was peaceful, sacred, and deeply symbolic. Beds looked like coffins, and coffins were often referred to as final beds. Some even had pillows inside them. Because why wouldn't your soul want a little lumbar support on the way to the afterlife? There was comfort in this comparison. Because if sleep was a little death, then waking was a little resurrection. Every morning, the world started over. You re-entered life. You opened your eyes, took in the light, and remembered who you were. That's not just poetic. It's profoundly human. And so bedtime wasn't just about comfort. It was about trust. You were surrendering control, giving up consciousness, letting your guard down in a world where, honestly, a lot could go wrong overnight. So naturally, there were rituals. Evening prayers were big. Not just requests for peace, but thanks for having survived another day. Some whispered scripture as they folded blankets. Others made the sign of the cross before lying down. Children were taught to say, "If I should die before I wake." No pressure, kids. But there was also wonder. Some believed that while the body slept, the soul traveled, visited dreams, wandered through spiritual planes, met angels, danced with memory. One popular belief was that dreams were a form of divine communion, messages from God, ancestors, or the deepest parts of yourself. Others were more grounded. Scientific minds saw sleep as a bodily reset, the nervous system quieting itself. One physician described it as the turning down of the mental gas lamp, which sounds cozy, but also mildly explosive. There were even sleep societies, groups dedicated to studying the mysteries of sleep and dreaming. Some combined science with mysticism. Others just compared notes on nightmares and napped a lot in the name of research. And of course, there were those who feared what sleep might bring. Because when your eyes closed, anything could happen. Nightmares weren't just bad dreams. They were considered spiritual battles, warnings, punishments, or in some cases, the side effect of cheese. One 1880s manual insisted that sleeping with one's feet uncovered increased the risk of sinister imaginings. Another warned that napping during a thunderstorm could invite spectral visitations, which might explain your grandmother's weather-based anxiety. Historians still debate whether the Victorians were truly terrified of sleep or simply respectful of its mystery. Either way, they treated it with gravity. You didn't fall asleep. You entered it. Like a cathedral, like a tunnel, like a secret ceremony where the soul and body shook hands and agreed to try again tomorrow. Back in your own bed, maybe you feel a little of that now. Not fear, but reverence. This strange, wonderful act of lying still and letting go. You're not just turning off. You're crossing a threshold. From action to rest. From doing to simply being. From the loudness of the day to the hush of something ancient and kind. So give yourself to it. Not because it's easy, but because it's sacred. Because even now, in your flannel pajama pants and your blanket that smells faintly like detergent and dreams, you're part of the oldest ritual there is. Closing your eyes, letting the world fall away, and trusting it'll be waiting when you wake. Section 35. Last night in a Victorian bedroom. You've arrived. Not at a destination, exactly. More like the last warm step before a gentle fall. A soft ledge at the edge of waking. You're here, not quite conscious, not quite asleep, floating in the velvet hush where breath and thought slow to a mutual sigh. This is the last chapter. Not just in the story, but in the journey your body has been taking for the past hour. Or, let's be honest, possibly two. Time has gone fuzzy. And that's the point. Because sleep doesn't come with trumpets. It arrives like fog, soft, unassuming, certain. And as it tiptoes toward you, let's light one last candle in this long corridor of curiosity and talk about something that Victorian sleepers and insomniacs held especially dear. The idea of the perfect night. Not just good sleep. Not just the absence of tossing, turning, or mentally reliving that weird comment you made at dinner 12 years ago. But a whole evening from sundown to sunrise that felt right, predictable, peaceful, pocketed in routines and comforts and tender little patterns that made the bed feel like a return, not an escape. And friend, they worked for it. Let's set the scene. The fire has been banked. The last lamp is turned down to a golden flicker. Outside, the night is doing its mysterious, moonlit thing. fog curling over rooftops, the occasional clatter of a carriage wheel far off in the street, maybe even an owl judging someone's poetry from a nearby branch. Inside, it's all ritual, a mug of warm milk infused with nutmeg, or perhaps a rogue spoonful of sherry, a final page of scripture, or Byron, or the illustrated police news, if you're feeling dramatic, a chamber pot tucked discreetly near the bed leg, just in case. Yes, always yes. Night clothes adjusted, curtains drawn, the clock wound, a prayer whispered. Or not a prayer exactly, but something like it. A soft murmur of thanks, a surrender, an internal nod that says, "This day is done. I've given it what I could." And then, the bed, sheets cool, then warming, pillow settled, limbs falling into place like petals closing at dusk. The hot water bottle, if you've got one, is still warm. Maybe not piping, but enough to remind you that someone in the house cared enough to heat it up. You lie there, still, whole, waiting. And the best part? You expect nothing. Not visions, not productivity, not the cure for your existential dread, just rest. A night free from performance, free from punishment, free from trying to win sleep, like it's a sport with medals. This was the true Victorian ideal. Not just silence or stillness, but the moral permission to stop. To sleep not as weakness, but as wisdom. Not as failure, but as faith. Because letting go takes courage. Closing your eyes while the world keeps turning, that's trust. It says, I don't need to do everything right now. I am allowed to wait until morning. Back in your own bed, you can feel that too. It doesn't have to look like lace curtains or embroidered pillows or a hot toddy stirred with a silver spoon. Your perfect night can be this moment. The room cooling, your breath slowing, the story almost done. So go on, pull the covers up one last inch. Let the light behind your eyes dim to twilight. You don't need to think anymore. You don't need to fix anything. You don't need to hold your shape. Just float. We're going to close now. Not with a bang, not with a twist, just with the softest truth. You made it through the day. And now, beloved listener, you are allowed to disappear, wind down. Shh. It's all soft now. No more clocks ticking. No more bottles clinking. No more lace ruffling or milk gently steaming on a fireplace grate. Everything is still. The room, the air, your thoughts, they've all gone quiet together, like a string quartet folding their instruments after the last note. And you? You've become part of the hush. There's nothing you need to remember. No facts to keep straight. No Victorian trivia to file away. Just the warm blur of a long, strange, gentle story told to carry you from maybe I'll sleep to maybe I already am. So let it go now. Let the edges of the bed dissolve. Let the ceiling melt into the stars. Let your fingers forget their fingers. Every sound is a lullaby. Every breath, a tide pulling you out just a little further. You're floating now. You can't feel where your body ends and the bed begins. You're just a flicker in the dark. a calm pulse, a soft whisper of existence, barely there, deeply safe. Let morning take care of itself. Let tomorrow make its own tea. You don't need to do a thing, except vanish. Sleep is waiting for you with open arms. So go. No need to say goodbye. Just drift. End of story. Wish you have a sweet dreams.